Hello, YouTube Cubes. I am back. More blueprints. Part 3. You're here in part 2, you're going to understand what's going to happen today. And also not understand what's going to happen today. Whoa, microphone. All at the same time. That's a lot of dust. I should probably clean that off. What do we have here? Is it more dust? No. No, it is not. No, it is not. Hit the like button, subscribe, I guess. A lot of dislikes yesterday. Not surprised. This game, overhyped. Bit overhyped. So, yesterday I ranted a bit about the game. I don't like the steps mechanic. Just don't like it. I don't think it's necessary for this game. I think it's just added in there to pad time, in all honesty. Or something. I can't figure out what the steps are really and truly intended to do, except maybe just end your day in a different way, which is like a 3-shot process of things that could sort of screw you over, if not more. So exploration of the game sort of dies out because of that. Although I feel like the game should be more of an exploration type thing than not. And that's probably because it takes a lot from Myst. And somebody else told me it's like The Witness. I have not played that game. I've heard of it. I think I've seen a little bit of gameplay, but I feel like The Witness was more like puzzle to puzzle. Like you had to solve one puzzle to get to the next puzzle to get to the next puzzle type thing. This game is a little more, I think, Myst oriented, if you've played that. And I talked about the room yesterday and that kind of thing. If you're looking for puzzles, I think that'd be a better way. But I was talking about the roguelite, whatever aspects of this game yesterday. Again, I don't know the difference between those two, and I really don't care. But when playing this game, the RNG elements aren't exactly always getting in the way. It's just another thing that stops you. And it's not a bad thing. I don't think that part of the game is actually badly implemented. I think some people aren't going to be used to it because they're used to puzzle games where they can freely do things. I think what I didn't realize is that when I went to a buddy of mine who's also playing this game, and he only has like 5 achievements in the game. Right now he's trying to break the game. Because that's what he do. That's what he do. But anyhow, well, he has broken the game. That's what he said. In a few ways. But he's just trying to, he likes to get the ins and out of the game. He's going to data mine it here soon and sort of pull everything out and see like what are the chances of getting certain things and stuff like that. But when I was talking to him and I was like, yeah, the blueprint stuff is cool, and he's like, yeah, it's a weird deck builder. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, it's a card game. The blueprint side of things is just a card game. And I'm thinking, what? And he's absolutely 100% correct. That's the problem with the roguelike element of this game, is that you're drawing cards, you get a certain deck, and then you have to play to that deck's strengths, or you're not going to get anywhere. Then you add a puzzler to it, and then you add a steps time limit, so you can only go so far. And he explained it's like Slay the Spire, and you can only do so many things before it says you can't go any further. So he explained it to me. So, like, you can only draw 3 cards at a time to play, and you only get to pick one. And it just didn't click to me at all that this was a card builder deck type thing at all. Deck builder, whatever. I was thinking of it more like, I don't know, sort of like just an RNG tile game, you know? And it is definitely not, he told me. It is definitely, you have to pick the right rooms. You have to put them, you have to put most rooms in the right spot to get any progress at all. And then he told me to get certain rooms, there's a 5% chance to draw the room you need, and then another 5% chance to get the other room that you need. And then there's sometimes another 5% chance on top of that, ish, of putting it in the right spot. So Yeah. He says, like, if you really want to play this game, you gotta have to sink in 20 hours just learning the mechanics, and then you gotta have to turn around and then start over. Because if you have done only certain things to a certain point and not other things, you're gonna want to start over to get those other things unlocked sooner, so the other things appear at a higher chance more often before you get so far late into the game, which they might not, because the pool sort of gets saturated. And that sucks. But with his 84 hours into the game, I'm going to believe him. So, and you are going too hard for it? I don't know what that means. Mostly a puzzle box. Imagine it's a perpetuation phase. He's right. Yeah, I know he's right. I'm not going to tell this story just because it's fun. Because it was fun learning some things when you start pulling the game outside of itself. I think I want to like the game. I think I do like the game when it's just sort of opening rooms, the artwork, the music, learning about the story. I think I do like those things. What I don't like is how the strategy doesn't play into just solving the puzzles and gaining knowledge. It's luck that gets in the way, or it's the other mechanics that seemingly just get in the way. Steps are stamina. And I just don't like it. I just don't like it. I'm not enjoying it the way other people probably would. And I think that's fair, but I also think the game is very overhyped and reaching a larger audience than it probably should. Because I think this game is very niche in what it's doing, and I think it's trying to reinvent the wheel, but it really hasn't when you start pulling and gutting it and that kind of stuff. It's better to know the room's secret. Start to learn. The other thing I don't like about this game is the amount of note-taking you have to take outside of it. You have to take a lot of notes. This is a very homework-induced game. Derpo, I get how the game works. There's two parts if you want to go watch them. I mean, it's not like I'm not getting anywhere. There are some people who play this game for like 3 hours and they haven't unlocked anything. That'd never be me. Unless it's Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I still don't understand where they get all those units. How far am I? You should not be asking that question. Because there's no way to answer that question. Think about what you just asked me. How far am I? I don't know. 11 hours into the game. I don't know. What kind of a question is that? How can I tell you? I don't know. I've never played the game. How far am I? 11 hours in with my brain. Derpo, calm down. I understand you love the game. And this is what I'm going to say to all those people who love this game. Keep playing it. Keep enjoying it. Okay? You'll be okay. One person on the fucking internet not liking your game as much as you does not mean the end of your game. In fact, quite the opposite. I wouldn't be surprised if Blueprints 2 appears in the next 4 years. Would not be surprised at all. It's going to be derivative of this one and probably derivative of a lot of other games and not really splash as well. But I will tell you, without a doubt, you gave it a negative review. Why would you do that? Here's my thing. I think what happened with this game, in all honesty, is it had a following. People found it. They're like, I like that type of game. Then there's like a small group of them who didn't really understand the roguelite appeal of this blanket thrown over every fucking game in this day and age. And it's just a modern gaming industry thing that's happening. They think that if they just throw that on there, it's somehow going to band-aid all their problems with their game. No, even if I took that out and you could choose the rooms that you could build and that kind of stuff, this game would take a long time to beat. They just put that in there because it pads time and a lot of people like the idea, and RNG, I guess, is like the crutch. When this game came out, I think certain people got a hold of it who enjoy this game, told other people who really don't enjoy these games, but they're willing to play them. And then what happened is word of mouth got it out in front of a bigger crowd. That's what hurt it. Because if it keeps growing, more and more people aren't going to like this game. Guaranteed that more people. Now, if it quiets down, I expect the reviews to go more positive, because it's going to be in the right crowd for the right people looking for this stuff specifically. Now, the roguelike stuff, I think it's going to still keep it about 8.5, 9 out of 10, maybe not even 9 out of 10. It just won't reach that appeal because of that. It actually hurts this game, I think. But it's not like it's poorly done. It's well done. It's just, I think there's too much going on here with that. And I think that is what's going to wear people down and stop them from playing it after about 40 hours of just, they're going to feel like I'm not getting it, whatever, or I'm not learning the language of the game. Every game has a language. Once you learn it, you can get through the game. It's just, are you going to enjoy speaking that language? And in this case, I don't think a lot of people are going to enjoy this past a certain point, or they are going to enjoy it, love it to death, and think somehow it's going to be taken away from them. And that's probably the dislikes I got yesterday. It's people thinking somehow by me not liking this and expressing the complaints and the harsh criticism that somehow this 8 out of 10 game is going to be deleted from Steam. But that's where we are in the game industry. People either really love something or they really hate it. But I never sit there. I actually have constructive criticism I think is worth hearing, but that's just my opinion, and I'm full of myself, right? I'm just a gamer playing your game. Although I have years of experience playing these types of games and stuff, it doesn't mean what I say is actually what those devs are looking for. I'm not going to take anything away from anybody else. Hearing the negative side of things allows you to open up to understand why people aren't going to continue to enjoy this type of game. And if those pressure points, those hurting pain points get taken care of out of games like this, the communities will grow. But the problem is devs have not learned how to turn this genre into something everyone can play. And it's because every time they do something that does let everyone play, they turn it into some difficult, just absolutely just waste of time. I don't understand what the appeal is. Yet, there are billions of people across the planet. They're going to get away with it because they're going to make the sales, and they're just going to keep making the 8 out of 10s. I don't want to pay a puzzler that's an 8 out of 10 because they suck at the end of the day for me. Because if you just cut that in half, it's a 4 out of 10, and that's where I'll sit. But if it's a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, it's going to sit closer to a 6 or 7 out of 10 for me. But the moment I see what's wrong with your game is the end for your game. That is the line. And I don't care to keep playing it. I don't. I will stop playing your game if I don't enjoy it. But the thing is, I don't want other people to fall for the hype and think they're going to enjoy it because all these other people seemingly want a white knight and get it pushed through as though it's some kind of new age revelation of new gaming. It is not. It is derivative at best. We have seen this, and that's the industry as a whole, but it doesn't mean we can't polish and paint a masterpiece either. Everything is derived from something else. What they did here is a great idea that was badly implemented, in my opinion. I have no idea what the steps are for. Not a damn clue. The puzzles at best are again, copy-paste. They're escape room type stuff, cipher cracking, safe code entering, just... it's nothing I haven't seen before. And I think after all these years of playing video games, that doesn't help the game at all, because it's not really, like, my fear today while I'm playing is my brain has just given up on it. This isn't interesting enough for my brain. The interest has died. And that happens a lot in these video games that are about 8 to 10 hours long in a gameplay, and you start to realize, I've seen this stuff before. Or this mechanic is getting in my way. Or they're adding something here that creates a huge difficulty spike. I've seen it all. It hasn't improved in the last 10 years. I have no idea if it's an institution thing. I have no idea if it's devs trying to be intellectual and their egos getting in the way. I have no idea. There's a lot of great things in this game, though, when it comes to the puzzle side. I enjoyed figuring out, like, you know, the actual blueprint map spells things out. I did that yesterday. That was fun. I didn't have to write anything down either. I learned some things. There's still some I have to decipher, but it's not important right now, so I stopped doing it, right? And then there's other things. But the thing was, there was puzzles to the answer of that puzzle. Cracking a cipher. And I think a lot of times video games are afraid to do those type of ciphers, but this one latched onto that, did it well, and made it a good escape room type thing. But we're not playing an escape room. Also, I was told I'm not going to get any achievements today unless I find room 46, which is more than likely at this point is already too late, and I'm just going to have to stumble upon the stuff, which sucks. That's why you can get room 46 on day one, because everything is in the pool and it hasn't been dirtied yet. But at this point, I fucked myself, and that's stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. Now it's going to take he said at least day 21, 22 before you get it. If you hit day 10 and have not found room 46 and you want to find it before day 20 something, you are going to have to restart. Or you're going to have to get really fucking lucky. Blueprints is more RNG based than skill based? Well, yeah, that's the roguelike stuff. You're either going to like that or not. But yeah, I think people expect it to be more linear than the gameplay is. Overarching, yes, there's one long story arc, but during gameplay, it's not. And I think what's going to happen to a lot of people is they're going to get bored, or they're going to get tired of taking notes. You know, I think it's a game of patience and persistence, which sadly this is not the era to be doing these type of games. If this was on like PlayStation 1 or 2, it would have blown people's minds, you know? But in this day and age, so many things feel just like it's sensory overload in this day and age. And when you don't get the sensory overload, it feels like nothing's there. And I think that's going to hurt the game. There's so many things working against this game at the same time. Like, is that bothering me too? Probably. But at the same time, do I need a game with a bit of quiet and just thinking? Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a great game of distraction for me. But sadly, my brain can only be distracted so long before it wants to go find something more entertaining. You know, something with the actual strategy to it. And I just don't think there's enough strategy in this game without starting over, retrying the first day or two, and then seeing. I felt like day one in this game, a lot was happening. And then from there, it's like I get a taste of that every once in a while, too. But my buddy, that's what he explained. Like, you're going to have to start over. You're going to have to directly go after things you probably didn't place and things. Like The Office, he said, is an extremely important thing you might want to get before day 10, probably before day 5, so it unlocks some things for you. And something about the safe. He's like, I'm not going to spoil it, but you should probably open to that safe. I was like, well, shit. The other safe I missed, I think he said, it's just story. But I guess the Office one has a bit more to it. I also told him about the time lock safe thing. And he said, what are you talking about? I said, the time lock safe. And he said, did that bother you? And I was like, yeah, I was just sitting there waiting. And he goes, well, why didn't you start earlier? And I was like, I didn't know what day I started the game. And I went to the mailroom and it said November 5th. And he started laughing at me. And I was like, dude, I can't remember all these dates. And he goes, why wouldn't you just look up what day you started? And I said, I did later. I looked up the calendar and I said, but that's cheating. He said, it's not cheating. And I said, yeah, it is cheating. And he goes, the very first day that you start the game, they tell you that information. He's like, it's not cheating if you want to go back and see where the game starts. He's like, how's that cheating? That's like opening up the chessboard and being able to look at it. And I was like, no. He's like, don't make it harder than it has to be. And I was like, then I'll just go look up all the answers. And he's like, that's one way to play it, but I don't think you're going to get satisfaction out of that. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you in my head? And then we talked about French fries. No, seriously, we talked about French fries. Because I had curly fries from Arby's last night. Anyhow, let me catch up on chat. It happens. What to Balatro? It's not your problem. You just saying your opinion. I want to say my opinion. 1 game 2. Minecraft is over. Minecraft now for 100% is overrated. Yeah, 100%. They've done nothing with that game. They've made other games, but Minecraft is, again, a thing of the past. There's so many other games that do better with the survival craft stuff now. I think Minecraft is just more appealing to children and younger demographics, which there's a lot. They have a lot of time to play video games type stuff and a lot of time to get addicted to them. Adults, we don't really have time for that. And as the gamer generation ages and the kids age out of that kind of stuff, they're not going to be playing Minecraft. And the business decisions and the things for Microsoft and that kind of stuff are so fucking shady now. And they're taking advantage of kids, and they're taking advantage of parents who just want to swipe the credit card to make them shut up. So fucking shady. But like when they're having votes about which creature should we add, the answer's all fucking 3, you stupid shits. You absolute worthless fucking pricks. You've already made them, you've already got all the work done, and then you're going, we're only going to add 1. Which one do you want? What in the carnival worker type shit is that? Like, fuck Mojang and what they have become. An absolute worthless piece of shit company that makes billions of dollars. They're just another EA at this point. They're just another Ubisoft. They're just a super giant game like Pokemon, and they don't give a fuck about the player anymore. And they haven't for a while. And it took me a while to realize. But when people are literally suing them for the mods they made for that game that they're now letting be monetized to steal money from that person is insane, because mods were never meant to be profitable and they made them profitable. And that's stupid. That's absolutely against everything they said. So not only did they kick out the best modders and the best people working on that game and the best people working on the outside of that game, they fucking just absolutely destroyed it to make it an economic fucking just downfall to everything. Minecraft is now a shit game. And also, after the speedrunners show you how fast you can beat that game, you realize there isn't much to that game anymore. Or ever was. It was just when it was being built, when you were part of the process, when you were discovering Legos again, when you were doing that kind of stuff, it was a different experience. But then other games said, I can do that better. And that was the whole point. That's what Notch wanted from the beginning. That was before he found out he's a weird fucking prick. But he got his money and got out, which is smart. But you can see what corporations do to video games. They kill them. Minecraft could eventually be so big they could just buy out Nintendo. That's what Minecraft could have been. But it'll never get there, because they've alienated so much of their old player base, and they're expensive to be around. And just like Pokemon, they're just going to price out their people with low quality bullshit. And then if anybody comes knocking too close, they're going to start suing them. Just watch. I'm calling it now. They're just absolutely going to start suing them. They're going to change something. I think they already did. They changed something in the terms of service more recently. But at a certain point, they just start suing people. Because they're like, no, we patented that. I guarantee as soon as Nintendo wins their fucking lawsuit over in Japan, Minecraft's going to be empowered to do the same shit. Mojang is going to become another Nintendo, and then we're going to see other companies follow suit that are just as big, and we're going to see these stupid, just the end of the gaming industry as a whole, and a bunch of these like fucking just consumer sheep are just going to be like, well, that's just the way it is. It's like, just stop buying their fucking games. Let the companies die. Once their stocks hit a certain price, everybody's just going to leave them, and then it's going to hurt them even more, and then they're going to realize, maybe I shouldn't have done that, and they're going to die on their fucking hill, which they should. They should die on their fucking hill. Not the same way when you die on the hill for trying and trying to make something good, like Sega Dreamcasts, right? Not that kind of hill. They're going to die on a hill where they think it's money, and it's just fucking shit. And they deserve to just wallow into it, and where their company just fades out of existence. The Switch 2, I would never buy a product that can be bricked by a company. I would never buy a product that could be bricked. That is insane to me. Oh yeah, if we don't like what you're doing, or we think you've adjusted your hardware, we're just gonna brick your Switch. The fuck you are! You lazy son of a bitches. How are you going to prove that? How are you going to prove that when that class action lawsuit comes around? Oh, we saw these changes. How do we know it's theirs? That's what they're going to ask you in court. You're going to come with evidence, but all the defense has to do, or actually be whatever. I don't care about law. What my point is, they're going to fucking lose in front of a jury here in the United States, because that's where the lawsuit's gonna happen. I have a Switch and you broke it because you don't like the way I play your video game. When I buy hardware, I should be allowed to change it, and Nintendo keeps lobbying for that to change. But now they're just gonna brick your console? A $500 piece of equipment, they're just gonna brick it. Could you imagine if Steam just bricked your computer because you were cheating in some fucking game? Or you modified some files for Stardew Valley, and I don't like that, and they just bricked your fucking computer? Could you imagine? No, you can't, because Steam isn't a piece of shit. They'll fucking ban you from their games. They can do that, but that's a whole system, and there's an appeal process. Nintendo won't give a fuck. You're just a number that they don't need. That's where they're at. Nintendo is for the rich now. The well-off, the lucky. It's no longer for the gaming generation. It's no longer for the people who want to get into gaming. You want to get into gaming? You get yourself a fucking computer. Hell, get yourself a Steam Deck. Because you know what they're not going to do to you? Brick your fucking Steam Deck. And any game you buy on Steam, not only can you play on your PC, but you can play on the Steam Deck if it works. I mean, everything works, I think, but the question is, do the controls and the graphics? That's what it comes down to. But that's my whole point. And believe it or not, people cracked the code to running Switch games on your Steam Deck. It can literally work as a Switch. That's what Nintendo's trying to prevent. But Nintendo's so stupid, they don't understand that they're just gatekeeping, which people don't like. But I digress. Corporate America. That's why you hope these games are successful and they actually do well. Inscription was the game I was trying to think of yesterday too. It was another game that I was trying to think of like this one. Derpo got it right there. Inscription. But I think Inscription is easier to trigger this stuff than Blueprints will be, because it's not all RNG related. Something like that. Nintendo is greedy? Yeah, they are. The devs were very thoughtful in this way. There are multiple ways to solve most puzzles, and that's good. There has been a lot of things that hint at the answer, and then other things to help hint on how to solve the answer. And I think a lot of that sandwiches together to sort of just know the answer type of thing. There's a lot of visual stuff in the game too, if you're just looking at like the artwork and that kind of thing, that actually point to the answer. Like, I think where that safe was, the two hands were pointing at each other to say, like, there's a thing here. Wasn't that? Didn't it, like, rise up out of the ground or something like that? I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. But maybe I'm just making stuff up. Yeah, again, the artwork in this game is fantastic. The storytelling, that kind of stuff. There's some dialogue that I've tripped on and stuff because it's written weirdly, and I think maybe the editor should have gone over that again. But overall, the dialogue in the game has also been pretty good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. It's so funny. It's just when we get into the mechanics and how they all start to work with and against each other, and it's just a mess. We get into a bit of chaos. But now that I think of it as a card builder game, that's how I'm going to have to play it. And also not being able to restart the day, the same day and that kind of stuff. Lobo is, he thinks he's always in trouble because yesterday, he decided to eat all of his brother's food, even though he's not supposed to be eating that. He didn't wait for his chicken, but I had to give his meds and wait an hour, and he decided, oh, while you're out of the room making yourself a sandwich, I'm gonna just help myself to this expensive kidney food. Didn't you? And then he did it again later that night. Drawn shifts is something that made me, yeah, that's the RNG element of it. Yeah, that's adapting on the fly. That's a good skill to have in these kind of games. Again, roguelike, roguelite, or even just rogue games in general, you have to have the ability to adapt on the fly and change what you're doing or adjust to what the game is sort of giving you. Sometimes that doesn't work. Like, it's very terrible in Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire, they can start you one way and then you'll never see those fucking cards again. The cards you need just never appear. In fact, most card games do that. Now I think about it, that's just sort of how they're built. Like, oh yeah, go down this poison route, and it's like too early to sort of pick up those cards, but you know that's sort of what they want. But if you don't pick up the card, you start getting more of the poison stuff, and then you never see the cards that you need again to have a good start with that. But it wasn't a good start because they started throwing like the end game type cards at you first. And then, like, now there are mods for Slay the Spire. I think that lets you go back and do the seed again. Like, they actually let you replay and that. And a lot of times, like, I guarantee if you go back, pick up those cards and stuff like that, like, it either works out very well or it doesn't work out at all. Yeah, it needs to give replayability. That's also another reason why maybe this doesn't work. Like, having to restart completely to get the most out of this game sort of isn't what people are going to want to do. Like, I think Hades did it right. I can't think of another game that did it like Hades right now, but I'm sure there is, and I just haven't either played them or I can't remember right now. But Hades, every attempt gets you closer to something. And I think that is what makes that game so much better than a lot of other games who try to imitate it. Because you go and do stuff and get nothing back in return. Like, you just lose. And I think Blueprints that's just it. If you have a bad day and you don't collect any information, it was a waste of day. You just lose. And I think that feeling so many times and compounded behind bad RNG or just lack of progress in general is just going to turn people off. And I think, like, but I don't think they'll get that until like 20 hours in and be like, well, fuck this game, you know, like, or they're going to start looking stuff up. We're in the day and age of the internet. They're just going to start cheating it. But, you know, that's what happens when you try to throw a board game down in a video game and then don't implement it well. Dead Cells. Yeah, Dead Cells also did it pretty well. I was actually surprised how much I enjoyed Dead Cells, because I was told it was such an unforgiving game and blah, blah, blah. I think I got to the ending like 3 times. But then the DLC got in the way of that game. Like, if you want to progress achievements and stuff, you have to have all the DLCs, and I was just like, oh. That's also what made Hades superior to Dead Cells for me, is that I had the whole fucking game. I'm just sort of tired of that. You're charging the same price as Hades, but then you add DLC, and it ruins your fucking game. What in the Final Fantasy 15 is wrong with you? Like, stop fucking doing that. If the game isn't done, just do the free updates and call it a day and go make Dead Cells 2. Like, that's what they did with the Pokemon games originally. Red and Blue came out, well, Red and Green, and then, you know, Red and Blue here in the States, and they were like, well, we didn't get all this shit done, and then they popped out Yellow because of the anime, and then when they did Gold and Silver, they took all the shit they didn't get done in those and put it in Gold and Silver, and that was actually what the Pokemon games were supposed to be. And then they sent that shit out, you know, because they added breeding and berries and freaking holding items and trading with the items held and all that kind of stuff, right? A lot of stuff came out of Gen 2, but that's what they wanted, but they just couldn't get to work over here. And then they actually found technology and made it work before they moved on to 3rd gen, where they just rocket ship that shit, right? But like, Dead Cells was such a great game base, I have no idea what all the DLC was about. Like, free DLC to keep it alive, I guess, but like, some of that was in there, but then like, that's what turned me off to that game, is that I'd have to pay another like $7 or whatever to like get the rest of the game. And you know who else did that? Civilization games do that. Oh, here's Civilization game. Oh, here's the rest of it, but you gotta pay another $30. Like, Nintendo does that with Pokemon now. Here's the Pokemon games. Here's some post-game stuff. Aha, just kidding, DLC. Oh, 2 different DLCs. Another $60. It's such a shit show. It's a fucking shit show out there, people. Just give me the full fucking game. Spend the last 2 years getting that shit implemented and fucking polished, and give me all of it. Give me all of it. I'm paying you $60 goddamn dollars, if not more. Give me all the fucking game. Give it all to me. Stop wasting my time. Let's play some Blueprints. Binding of Isaac did that too. Yeah, I didn't like Binding of Isaac. I didn't like it. Didn't like the controls. I didn't like the RNG immediately. I don't know. Maybe it was just a bad time to play the game. All right, let's continue. Man, yeah, Dead Cells was a fun game. I liked the conditions in that game, but like some of the stuff you had to beat it really fast, and I just wasn't good at beating it fast. But Dead Cells, if you like Hades, you'll probably like Dead Cells. But it's more of a platformer. Well, it is a platformer versus Hades being an isotropic experience. Is that what it's called? Isotropic? Alright, what are we doing here? Do I want to go to the tool shed first? Hades 2 has early access syndrome, which now I'm just going to wait until 1.0. I did enjoy it the last time I played it a lot more because they got it in a better balanced place, and I think I'm just going to wait for that to happen. So, trading post, shelter. All right, we'll go with this. Oh, that's not bad. Watering can for gems. So we have keys, money, and gems. Keys, money, and gems. Left or right? Left or right? Let's go center. You're giving me a hallway? Bedroom, parlor. Do a hallway. I love me some hallway. Beep, 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 beep. And then choose where to go? No, that seems smart. Why would I do that? Pantry. They really want to turn me back south, it looks like. Or end it. Do the nook and work our way back, I guess, if we're lucky. Da, 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 da. Pantry. Okay. Why didn't you took the pocket at the hall? Durpo, I have no idea what you're talking about. I just want to eat a banana. I just want to eat a banana. Can't a man just eat a banana? Corridor. Parlor. Drawing room. Definitely don't want to do that. Can't. We need gyms. Sup, entryway. I'm back. Let's go this way. Bedroom. Den. Den it is. Den D's. Money. Dindies. Take the white pocket. Take the white pocket. I don't have any pants. Observatory. Parlor. Let's do parlor first. Parlor. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. Gems are in both the blue box and the black box. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. Not in the white box or the blue box. The success is real. At the hall? I have money. Plus 5 stats for every red room in your house. Club sandwich is at 8. Passageway might be a good idea. Keeps things alive. Chapel would also keep things alive. White pocket. White pocket. White pocket. You're eating tomato soup right now, Ro? It's in an envelope. Really. It's in an envelope. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking you're talking about something I don't have yet. I think you're spoiling stuff. The entrance hall? At the hall. Are you fucking with me right now? Is that what you're doing? Are you fucking with me right now? I don't have time for this, Durbo. Time for your fuckery. Crazy. Courtyard? We have to take bedroom to keep the run alive. Unbelievable. I went back, lost some steps and everything to entertain a white pocket. Unbelievable. They really want me to go to the fucking chapel and lose money. You know what? I don't like this setup. Fucking end it. Oh, there's the key card. That's absolutely worthless now. All this. Yeah, this is just where we're at. No money at the start? You're spoiling things, Derpo! I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Spoilers! I haven't done the shrine yet. Make an offering of money resulting in bestowed a beneficial blessing. Lasts for days. A blessing. That's it? There's actually nothing here. Huh. Need some coins for the offering? Oh, I'm sure this shit is cool, Midian. It'd be nice to be able to use it immediately, though. There's no instant gratification here. The only white envelope that's here is this. Let's see, jack shit. About nothing. What we got? Coat check. Parlor. Bedroom. The other two statements have identical wording. This box and the blue box are both empty. This box and the white box are both empty. Identical wording? Yeah, magnifying glass. I gotta look at that thing in the security room before Midian yells at me again. This box and the blue box are both empty. This box and the white box are both empty. Man, there was no logic to that. That was the most disappointing one of all of them. I have gyms. There's a hallway. You really want me to go back to the chapel? What we got? Okay. 2 constellations. Is an Elvis chapel. And what did I not do last time? This one? Unless written by hand? Was that what I did not show you last time, Midian? Sure. Hey! They turned the beds into flower things. Look, it's all a garden. Nice. Dun, dun. I don't see anything else in here, though. Secret passage. Don't have the money. Bedroom. Spare room. West wing. No. Nook or garage. Don't have gyms. Bedroom. Yeah, bedroom. Bedroom had some money. I don't have a key. Back we go. Do I want a hand? I have two. What? Drawing room requires a gym. Corridor, sure. Push this all the way to the east wing. I thought I just saw something, but maybe it was somewhere else. Pantry, nook. Kitchen. Nook, we need a key. Get one here. Den, storeroom. It. Drawing room. Excellent. Secrets do you hold? Drawing room? Nothing. Courtyard. Don't have a gym. Damn. Chapel it is. Bam. Frick. Storeroom. About to lose some more money. And a battery pack. Four items in the walk-in closet. Good. Deposit box key. Shit. Need the mailroom. Was it the mailroom? An additional effect, the constellation observed in the observatory. Additional effect? Whee! All the way back over there. Cool beans. Huh. No. Laboratory, boudoir, pantry. Experimental house features. I take some money. Take some money. Bam, bam. Always good to set up early, though. I know. I know, Midian. Blessing of the Gardener. Add 8 courtyards to your drat pool. And we have the watering can, don't we? No, that was yesterday. I have Vault 304. Oh, that's a vault. I need a vault. Never found the vault. Magooed my way into that. Do this. Courtyard! Whee! The only one that keeps moving up. Sledgehammer. Fantastic. Haven't got that key yet. Key to the secret garden. Billiard room. Bunk room. Breaker. The money. What do we got? Ah. Huh? My brain says 10. What's the starting number? 10? Oh, wow. Or Jesus Christ, what the hell was that one? Damn. Grab some steps and go backwards. Items for sale? Okay. Shovel? Shovel? Looks good. Alright. Alright. Got a shovel. Coin. So it's too late. I found the telescope too late. You have to find an additional effect of each constellation observed in the observatory. Why didn't that appear immediately? Another pair of chests? Money! Thought I saw something, but maybe I'm just lying. Special keys. Secret garden. Okay. All way it is. The only way to keep the run alive. I don't want to risk re-rolling just in case it gives me 3 dead ends. Plus 15 steps. Morning room. Okay. I've yet to see that room. Courtyard. Another key. Pebbles. The chance of finding nothing is much lower than I thought it was. Mailroom. The pool! We can get the pump room. I probably shouldn't have come in here yet. Is there a dig spot in the nursery and I forgot? The courtyard! Again? Oh, that makes sense, actually. Oh, we might want this. Oh, we might want this. We get to rank 8, we can get some steps back. More dig spots. Is that a metal detector? Okay. Never mind, I got some steps back anyways. And a metal detector. Take that, gamers! Now open space. The lever. Another key. A rock. I don't know, throw it through a window, see what happens. Another safe deposit key. I have 2. Oranges. Let's eat them. Really? Another courtyard. Hey. Three gems. Sure small to see. Nothing was there. Another courtyard. Or the West Wing. I can't remember if the West Wing can lead to... leads to something specific. Money. Courtyard. Hey. 9 monies. Coins. Another key. Okay. Bunk room, boudoir. Oh. I think last time I forgot to grab this. Dining room. We made it! Porterhouse steak, delightfully expensive steak cut, bone-in, extra marbled for maximum tenderness. A perfect dish for those who love extravagance. Go ahead and take the steps. To continue up, you must go down. The basement key. Well, that I need for... I need the basement key for underground. Does not fit. Experimental house features. Passageway. Nah, this won't change anything. Definitely something in here. What are you peeping at? Oh. The boiler room. Oh. Experimental features. The next 3 times you open a locked trunk, a letter will be delivered to the mailroom. Set your dice to 2. Gain 3 gold for each red room in your house. For each bedroom you craft after your second. When you draft a hallway from another hallway. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, a letter will be delivered to the mailroom. Start the experiment. This will probably not happen. What's happening? Oh yeah, I have to exit from here. That's terrible design. You don't fit. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. What do we got? A casino. Games of chance. Mount Holly Casino offers an intimate and exciting setting for wagers of any scale. This is the worst fucking font you could have chosen. Guests may be surprised to discover how much strategy is involved in the games featured here. A buy-in of 2 gems is required for an admittance into this exclusive room. You've seen the vestibule. A quaint floral setting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. This room is ideal for tea in the afternoons or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. They all cost gems. Casino. It's too late. Durpo, it's too late. I don't need no solarium. Not fit. You don't fit. Well, that's sort of shit. I don't have any gems. Oh god, it's gonna get worse. Grab these. It's in. In! Let's have to go backwards. Might as well figure these out. House, hose. Wait. Yeah. House, hose. You. In you. In you. Oh. Oh, you in. Oh, you in. Dunno. Chief and chef, it's an I. If. Top corners if. Courtyards don't have pictures, right? So, ouchies. I can do a library. Showroom. Just a dead end. Just a dead end. Thank you for putting the tab up. This? I always put this up. Keep backtracking. And that's the end. GG's, everybody. GG's. Let's adjust this. I need the reservoir down 2 points, I think. The fountain down further. The aquarium needs to be filled up. Excellent. We can completely empty the fountain. Without that, we won't have the boat. Fountain entrance will be open, which might be interesting. Only had room for 2 more. I can do the reservoir. Hi. So much money! I did the blessing too early. I did the blessing too early. Probably should have gone with the showcase. Oh, I didn't have the gyms. That's right. Never mind. So many courtrooms. Courtyards. Courtrooms, courtyards. Alright. Try to make my way back to the start. Did I just waste the rest of the money? Steps? Get back to 50 steps. No drugs in the medicine cabinet? Was there a medicine cabinet? Ever found the vault had 2 vault keys. Go ahead and step in here. Look at all this. Yeah, I had a good setup here, but I don't know. Was that there the first time I came into the room? Yeah, don't know. Go outside. Puts fruits in the rooms? Well, that's good and all, but I still have a problem here. Maybe this has nothing to do with what I think. No, it's the reservoir. Yeah. So we've been here. Unlock all the rooms. Find room 46. All the secrets. This is closed. Nothing has changed here. Stuck. Man. Ritual sacrifice? Yeah, I don't have fire. I've seen a lot of stuff that needs to be lit on fire, just I don't have fire. I ended up with a lot of crap. Didn't need the broken lever after all. Move this back. Because it can be pushed on this side. That looks like that's the rest of the day. 4 keys, 10 gems, 15 monies. The rooms stop me. Weird. For some of these staircases, you can, it automatically pushes you up. This one does not. And it's rare? No way! Room 46 is rare? Better not. Can I add new gold in if I take my gold back? Why am I asking? You've been cursed. It's over. It's over. We've been cursed. For 2 days. Don't steal? Can you really steal something you just tossed in a bowl somewhere in the middle of nowhere? But I'll tell you, this is stupid. This is a very just random fucking shit thing. Doesn't really affect anything. Doesn't affect anything. Garden Manor. Only 3 new rooms, 113 steps taken, 10 items found. Yeah, save and continue. It's for a hard achievement. They can take their achievements and shove them up their ass. I read through those achievements yesterday. Those aren't achievements. Those are jokes. These devs are full of themselves. So disappointed what this game became. It's just fluff. They just added shit. I'm so confused about what they were aiming for here. I don't know what that shit is, except a waste of time. Look, the curse is gone. Woo! Like, and what's the point of wasting days? Is it just achievements? I also fucking hate that I have to hold shift to run. Why isn't the speed just faster? Why? Why? Also, have they never played on Steam and know that shift tab brings up a fucking menu here? Do they not know that? Of course they fucking know it. You can't tell I've given up. I don't know how many good runs I have to have. I don't know how many things, but it's going to take a really good fucking start. So you don't rush through the rooms, but that's why then shift would be walk. Because more than likely, after you've done this for, I guess, 15 days, like, walking just seems unnecessary. Because you're looking for specific rooms, you're looking to grab certain things, you have an idea where stuff is on the floor, that kind of stuff. Fuck me, dude. Oh yeah, I couldn't figure this out yesterday. What was the issue with this yesterday? I couldn't figure out this corner. Was that it? Because I could figure out that one. Is that it? Because it was like... Am I missing something here with this puzzle? I feel like I'm not understanding this specifically. It doesn't give a different result, right? It's always the same pattern. I guess not. Did I just not do that combination yesterday? I feel like I did that at some point yesterday. You have been awarded an allowance token. Your allowance has been permanently raised by 2 coins. Okay. Nah, just blow it up. Let's just blow it up. We got shit to blow up. Alright, let's see if I can take advantage of this somehow. You need all the yellows at the court. Man, I must be the dumbest motherfucker for people to keep telling me the most obvious shit. God, you guys sound like my wife. Jesus Christ, man. I could build fucking rockets. God. I know how the puzzle worked. I don't know why my brain didn't take the other combination that I was missing the entire time. Yesterday I understood. I was just tired, so I wasn't thinking at all. Grab a key? Grab a key. Coupon book. Parlor, storeroom. Shit. Parlor, chapel. I want to keep going up on the east side here. Last time I got blocked, didn't I? Dang. Let's do parlor. Sounds about right. Gems are in a box. The statement containing letter B. Blue box is true. Gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter U. Have we ever opened the white box? Oh, I'm wrong! I wasn't thinking. For obvious reasons. I'm checking out, everyone. I didn't mean to click that. The aquarium! Everything requires gems. Oh, look, a gem. Bedroom store. Can't take the storeroom. Gotta take the bedroom and the commissary. Don't waste the gym. I have no money to buy shit. I think anything's here. Experimental house features. Can't take that one. Spare room or hallway. Take hallway. Corridor. Pantry. Security. Garage, West Ring. Can't do the garage. Keep options opened. Casino. Pantry, chapel. Nursery, spare room. Her ladyship's chamber. The next time you enter boudoir, gain 10 steps. The next time you enter walk-in closet, gain 3. What? New stuff? Does it never end? Interesting way to say that. I have an item. Queen. An upgrade disc. Excellent. Nothing hidden. Is locked. Okay. An 8-inch floppy disk? Yeah. Games in 1993. These bedposts are dangerous. Don't trip. That's an expensive chandelier. No, we were talking about Minecraft earlier. That's how people do chandeliers. Right off the glass. Haha, I got no money. Fuck you. Let me go ahead and upgrade a room. Let's go. But they gotta get me. Mail room, okay. Alright. Same day delivery. The package delivered here after you reach rank 8. No contact delivery. The package you dropped off at the entrance steps the day after drafting this room. Freight shipping. A very large package will be delivered here 3 days after drafting this room. Well... So we still wait a day here, but I don't have to find the mailroom again, right? This one, I have to get to rank 8 to get the package delivered. If I don't, I have to find the mailroom again. This one, it takes longer for it to be delivered. And then I have to find the mailroom again. But it's a bigger package. I mean, this is obviously the middle ground, which is why it's in the middle. Right? Now, let's never find the mailroom again. Entry, commissary. I hate to block myself off, but more items would be nice. Okay. Cool. Great news. We can only go north. I mean... Whee! Coat check. Guest room. Gymnasium. Never been in this room before. And it's a huge waste of time. Tube tub. It's an E. Mouse experimental features. Stay on this side. Okay. Can't remember if there's something here. See what this will get me. Every draft a shop room. Gain 3 gold for each red room in your house. Each time you find some trash while digging, gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. Each time you eat an apple, add a small chest to the entrance hall. Yeah! I'll never find a fucking apple, so it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I gotta leave this way. Again, terrible. Terrible. Final key. Pantry. Could have an apple. And we probably should go that route. It had a banana. It's over. Drawing room. We found an apple. What a decision. 2 keys. Excellent. And we finally got this book. Kimberly Thompson. Oh, that's a lot of words, man. I must be overwhelmed by countless choices of decisions that need to be made. Should I draft hallway or closet? How many bedrooms do I need in my house? Passageway really worth 2 gyms? Gyms. Never draft passageway on the first 5 ranks. Have served me well. Think about saving some gems for emergencies. I try only to spend them if I really need a room. Make sure you check for gems in the room you are in before clicking the door. I do that way too much. If you see gems for sale in any of the shops, buy them out. Don't pass up wine cellar even if you're not thirsty. There's no such thing as too many gems. May have a bit of a problem. Planning your house. Draft early ranks first. For instance, if you draft Cloister before Terrace, you will be down 3 gems, but if you draft them in reverse order, Cloister would be free. Buying synergetic pairs of floor plans, yeah. Foyer drafted for a Great Hall would mean that all of its many doors would be unlocked. Backtrack constant collected gold. Traption Workshop. An attic. I haven't even seen that. Turns the lights off to prevent step loss. Neato. Not found the boiler room, right? This book contains poop? I mean, probably to help people start thinking how this stuff works, but it's pretty late to find. I mean, we're hours into the game. This should be something you find early. The difficulty will increase slightly the next time you draft that room. Oh, is that why the billiards room is becoming insane with the math? You can only do freezer every other day. Alright. This room had an apple. And it gave me 2 keys. The experiment was successful. Oh. My goodness. We can't do garage. Conference room keeps the run alive. Mail room gives no contact delivery. So tomorrow we'll have a package to pick up. So I could just say, fuck this run, because really we have nothing. And then we can go check that out. Yeah, let's just do that. Order placed. Wasn't there something I needed to look at in here with the magnifying glass? Is it on here? Yes, down here. Did they ever prove he was the one that stole the Baron's mail? Did they ever prove that he was the one that stole the mail? Great. Great. It's the vault I was looking for with those keys, which never appeared. Successful triggers 1. Don't need to go in the chapel. Whoosh. Whoosh. The boudoir. Plus 10 steps. I did take this gym? Yeah. Okay, let's go check out something else. What day am I on? 69, that is correct. Still a good run. For car keys. Battery pack. I didn't make the garage though. What if I... For 2 ivory dice. What if I already have a battery pack? It offers up a key. Interesting. It offered me a shovel, though. Shovel bees! Would have been good if I came earlier. Yeah, but how do you know? But how do you know? Hey, Shar, I hope you're doing well. Welcome. Get the frick off my land. A second. There isn't actually a way up there? Weird. Anything down here changed? Doesn't look like it. Yeah. 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 I think that's it. We gotta call it a day. YouTube wasn't working for you earlier? YouTube has put a new video player in. So, yeah, if it's not working for you, it might be because they're still doing that stuff. Wait, I don't need the key anymore? Yeah, so there's gotta be some things to work out. We need the tomb open to get any of this moving. What do you say? Yeah. Yeah. Now I can do it! I don't even know. Maybe it's your internet. Your ISP thinks you're watching too much YouTube. You had an ad blocker? Don't answer that. 3 new rooms. Frick. Got my shirt. There is a bug that if you pay the developers $100, they give you room 46. I actually know how to get room 46 day 1. Where's my package? The bottom of the stairs, right? In the doorway? Tomb. Yeah, fuck the shrine. I don't even give a fuck about those blessings. I'm not even going down there. Put it on the damn chair. They packed 11-5. That's what it is. Hello? What's up? Hello? The tomb is really helpful. Cha-ching! Master Simon, good morning. It has come to my attention that I have been granted a daily allowance to use while you're on the state. If it is convenient for you, I'll leave the required sum here in the entrance hall each morning. If there's anything else you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Even though we have all been requested to remove ourselves from premises during your stay, I can assure you I'm still personally overseeing that state is at least operating at a baseline standard of service that I hope you will one day come to expect of us. And Babbage, she's like, please keep our jobs. Or Derpo for you. What are we doing? Hallway. What are we doing here? Bedroom code check. That. This will give me even more steps. Can wait on it. Can wait on it and grab some money. Maybe some steps. What we got here? What we got here? The den, the nook, a spare room. Let's do den. Okay, okay. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. Parlor. Closet. Parlor. Getting some gems. Unless I don't actually pay attention this time. Alright, car keys. We can finally get to the garage. Car keys. All 3 statements are false. 2 statements are false. The gems are in a box with a false statement. I already grabbed the key. I mean, it can't be this one. And then, what does this one say? 2 statements are false. That can't be true either at this point. No, that has to be true at this point. It's weird. I don't know. It doesn't matter. West Wing. Let's go. Do I upgrade this to get free stuff? Corridor. To the storeroom? That's not what I want. They're not all dead ends. I think we're gonna get the garage. I think that's what happened here. Nook, bedroom, bunk room, bedroom. And bird is the word. Nothing here. Damn it. Damn it. Try this. Magnifying glass yet again. Hiccup. Farmer's apple. Apples are extra delicious today. Billiards room. Let's do some math. Where we at? Oh God, what is this? Where's the starting number? There. 1, 2, 8. Serious mathage. Hey, the secret garden! Lose half your steps. Wow, these are wonderful. These are awesome. These are amazing. I'm gonna have to go with that. What a stupid fucking room. Piece of shit. I never figured this one out. Pilot? Maybe? I need to figure this one out. I don't know. Punch the bag? It doesn't let you punch the bag. I already checked. Yes! Okay, but I did get what I wanted out of that. Well, now we need to find a way to use the upgrade disc. We'll get 3 keys. Huh. You have to go all the way back to the den. Just all the way back through the entrance. Security will give us the computer. Alright. Upgrades probably important for the long term, but again, I don't know. Bunk room. This room counts as 2 bedrooms. If you have exactly 2 hallways when drafting this room, double your keys. This room counts as 2 bedrooms. Still, if you have 2 green rooms when drafting, exactly 2 green rooms when drafting this room, double your gems. Okay, so double your money. This one seems the best, I guess. Might as well. Are you fucking kidding me? Terrible. Five steps. Passageway for 2 gems. Bunk room. Get some steps. 15 steps and a compass. Kitchen, dining room. Yeah, we have to go with the dining room. The game is pretty. We'll give it that. The art is amazing. Drawing room keeps the run alive. Oh, we're only 4 over. I was like... Oh, but this doesn't... Oh, damn it. This doesn't, It's good to go after that. Yeah, but it still takes half your steps. Took 30 steps away. Go ahead and open this up. A boat. A shovel. Hi. No dig spots here. Was there any dig spots at all so far? I don't think so. Passageway? Oh, God. Okay. Redraw. Really? Really? Garbage. Game is garbage, yo. RNG really fucking me hard this time. Oh, there's nothing here. You're more likely to draw red rooms while drafting. I mean, fuck it. We already had 3. Another red room. Archives. We're drafting. You no longer see all 3. Maybe my mouse is going. Well, we know what this is. Is it the only way to keep the run alive? Well, though. Requires gems. It's the only one that doesn't require gems. Okay. What do I want? Chamber of Mirrors. Interesting. Never had this room, and it's gonna end the run. I can come in from a different direction. Press that button, go back. Just that one. It only lifts the door? Alright, we're stuck anyways. Alright, that's cool. That's neat. I don't have the steps to keep trying. It was a fantastic run that got wasted? Jesus Christ, man. I'm not going to be perfect every time. Red Villa! I wanted to specifically see what was inside of the car, but it ended up just being an upgrade disc. Things that seem important really just fall flat in this game sometimes, and it's just disappointing. I guess we'll go check this. I hate this right here. I wish you could just choose the room from here. See if it's worth your time. we've had this combination before. Get extra gems. I should have checked the tomb. Why? I don't have gems. Help me progress? So you just go sit there and spoil stuff. I get it. I get it. You just go sit there and spoil stuff. I got it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I solved that yesterday. I told you. I told you. Let's do this. See if I can curve it back. Curved it back. Excellent. I did all that yesterday. Clavis the key. I got a key. Security or the den. Can't do security. We're gonna do the den. This will let us go back to the entrance without having to backtrack through the chapel. Funny enough, we gained money from putting the chapel down. Thanks to the metal detector. Walk-in closet, 4 items. And kill the run. Car keys, again. But I highly doubt we're gonna get back over there. There's that picture again. Swan! Oh. Forgot about the money. Away. Yay, more key! More key? No key. You don't have any green rooms, right? That'd be a waste. Breaker box would be interesting. Parlor would be interesting. Magnifying glass. What do we got? Only one box is true. Only one box contains gems. Gems are in the white box. And that's what it said. Oh, damn. Have to do that one. Bit. The Nook. And that's the end of our run. GG's, everybody. Oh, I want to see if I can figure this out. What a day. There we go. Okay. I can't remember it. Not there. Puzzle is cranky. No, it's not. I just can't remember what the colors are. Damn it. I believe the first one was off for sure. I don't remember where the white one was. Whatever. Whatever. Oh my fucking god. This game just, it's just there, dude. Nothing left to discover. I don't think we're gonna find any new permanent unlocks besides two coins. That's helpful. Thanks. Fucking accidentally walk into the chapel twice. I have to do this again. Fuck, man. Grab that at least. You fucking kidding me? Exactly what I wanted. Oh, I didn't think that through, did I? I needed the straight shot. Oh well. Oh well. Next room. You know what I'm starting to realize? The helpful stuff that they have here, why isn't it just up all the time? Just like the shit that they have here is just weird. I see the RNG wants to fuck me. Patch's way might be a good idea. Anything? No. Rotundra. Fuck me, dude. What the hell is that? Seriously? Seriously? Nah, they don't want me to have it. Alright, this isn't gonna be a good day. We're not gonna learn nothing, we're not gonna get anything new. You had shelter? Why are they trying to throw these red rooms at me so much? Be a nice dead end. It doesn't fucking matter. They do. It's a dead day. It's really fucking obvious it's a dead day. Oh, fuck me, dude. It's the fucking... The hell is this? Don't have 3? So what do you got? Probably the fill, yeah. Laboratory. Immediately. Like you bypass. Time you unlock or bypass security door. Immediately. Gain 1 star. Done. Easy peasy. Success. Boiler room? I found the boiler room, though, right? Like... Back to the weight room. I had shelter today. That's why it's giving me so many red rooms. Forgot. I told you. Man. I'm not thinking shelter. Like the shelter, I'm thinking bomb shelter. But it's just called shelter and then it's gone. Yeah, my brain doesn't care anymore. Card. Oh, it's the furnace I found, not the boiler room. We haven't found the boiler room. Would that be great? Oh, hey, the magnifying glass. Box next to this box is true. I was wrong. Oh well, fuck this day. I think I'm done, everyone. Really, I am. This is so boring now. Like, what am I doing? What am I looking for? Like, what's the goal here? Like, I think this is where people get, and they just don't, like, they're like me. They don't fucking get it anymore. Like, like, there's nothing, I'm not progressing. I'm not discovering anything. Really, nothing's happening. Even if it's a new fucking room, it's not a new fucking experience here. Like, this is trash. This is a waste of everybody's fucking time. I don't understand. It's such a boring game now. Like, oh, there's all this exciting stuff. Hey, it's gone. Why is this all the way fucking out here and I have to walk to it every day? That's what I want to know. You're looking for the greenhouse secret garden and a rare room you need. Are you gonna keep spoiling shit, or am I gonna have to ban you? That's my question. It doesn't fucking matter either. It doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. They just threw in shit and they're hoping it sticks. And I'm so fucking bored. When I'm doing puzzles and shit, it's fine. But the moment I'm stuck just sort of just waiting for RNG to line up, there's no point of being here. So I have to do this puzzle again to unlock this, which I wanted to check. That's stupid. That's fucking moronic. What a waste of my fucking time. When it's open, just leave it fucking open. Jesus Christ, they don't want you to solve jack shit in this game. They want you to spend hours and hours and hours. I'm just gonna watch a speed run and see what they do. And that's it. That's the fucking game. But I'm just so bored. Like, this is the same shit over and over and over with nothing. There's nothing here. There's nothing happening. Like, that's the problem. God, that's stupid. I'm glad I checked it. What else did I want to check? Yeah. There's nothing here. And even if I went to the West Wing, there's no greenhouse. There's no greenhouse, right? Like, you gotta find the very specific things to beat the fucking thing. I bet, and it's just as easy as this. I don't even know why I'm even complaining about it. I could just go, blueprints, what is required to open room 46, or find, or whatever. Solving various puzzles. Let me see. Taking a route with minimized randomness. It's just RNG. Fuck me, man. Like, what is the chances of me finding all that shit? Just stumbling upon it. It ain't gonna fucking happen. It's just RNG. The puzzle elements of this game just don't fucking matter at that point. Like, they literally shot themselves in the fucking foot. I'm not enjoying this because it's so just stupid with the way they implemented it. It was so fucking close to being such a great game, and they couldn't stop themselves. They didn't ask themselves if they should. They just said, we should. There was no questioning this. If you could sit here and stomach the fucking absolute worst fucking shit again, I would rather kill myself than pick another fucking room. Then I can test this too, since that was an absolute piece of shit, and see if it's seeded. Well, the drawing room puzzle you keep passing by. What? The drawing room puzzle I keep passing by? Midian, it doesn't matter is what I'm telling you. Those puzzles do not matter. I just looked it up. It is literally luck to beat this game. I literally just Googled it. And the answer is, don't worry about that shit. Like, the puzzle is not going to give me the answer unless I run into the fucking RNG with the answer. This game is a lesson of frustration of how not to level design. They literally just threw things. The more I played, the more I realized there's just shit all over the place, but really it's not going to lead you to anything. It is literally a Google search, and then to realize the RNG is going to just be shoved right up your fucking ass in a way that isn't going to help the game at all. The roguelike experience here is fun until it just isn't. And then there's nothing left. There's no puzzles to solve. You have to luck out to continue the fucking progress. And it's just stupid. When literally one of the steps is, if you don't get this, reset, what's the point? It is not seeded. So literally just reset the day until you find the one you want. It is not seeded. And then we've never used this. I don't think you understand my frustration. I'm not an old school player. I'm not going to go back to 1990 and play something on the PC. I'm not. I would rather bash that fucking PC with the goddamn sledgehammer than ever play those games again. This is trying to cut. This is just another nostalgic poison fucking thing that they threw out there that had so much potential that they fucking flushed it down the toilet by using systems that are already in place in other games in the modern era that just do not work, that are niche and just cliche, and it doesn't work here. This is overhyped nonsense. This is people trying to enjoy something, not actually thinking they enjoy it. You have to come into this with so much ignorance and just, you cannot have played video games before you played this one. But I have, and it fucking sucks when you just see the cracks in the fucking armor. That's where I'm at. My brain is bored. I'm not doing anything here. There's no puzzle to solve. There's nothing to solve here. Then they add in these little small 2 fucking coins. Fuck me. 2 coins for what? An apple? A banana? The whole step system, I don't even know why it exists. You can't just freely explore and go look for the puzzles. I really do not understand this. There is, but it's not here. I'm not going to find it here. What I'm looking for is not here. This game isn't for me because they just made a game for themselves. This is, again, you have to come in loving this shit like it's your fucking lover to even enjoy an ounce of it. You have to suck the cocks of the devs for you to understand this shit is like even close to anything. Because they have to give you the fucking answers. They shouldn't have to patch in quality of life. They shouldn't have to do any of this shit. At this point, my frustration is my brain is bored. What am I playing this $30 game for? I'm not playing it. I'm being played. There's no achievement to get here. There's nothing to do. Yeah, call it a day. How stupid is that functionality? Did they even test it? I don't think so. There's no fucking way, dude. Overhyped. 7 out of 10 fucking game. Just good. Waste of fucking 12 hours of my life at this point. I can't believe just Googling the fucking thing is it's 3 steps, good luck. And you know that because I read the achievements yesterday that said you could finish this in less than an hour. Then that's not a fucking puzzler, is it? How disappointing. Waste of great art, waste of great music, waste of a great story. Because the mechanics do not line up. And everybody out there is going to suck these devs' dicks because it's just something different. But there's just no way. There's no way you squandered this hard. The puzzles don't matter. It's just an exploration game with a card roguelike. And I am so lost on how it got there. And the procedure that they did, and the systems that they implemented. There's no strategy. There's just no way, no how it got to this point. Let's open up Steam. Let's go read the reviews. My frustration has no end here. And I think my brain figured it out yesterday, like none of those puzzles mattered. It's literally, can you find the extra rooms and figure out if something opened? Today, we had one good day. We got to the antechamber. We got the basement key. We opened the door. But then I can't do anything without finding... I have to re-find the pump room. I have to figure out the reservoir, maybe. But I don't know. There's nothing pointing anywhere. And if it is, it's obscure. It's hidden behind those little puzzles that most of them just end up not mattering. Because I just... It's not a fucking video game. This is literally opening up a fucking calculus book and trying to figure out what's the best options. Doing a bit of math. Like, there's too many games in this entire fucking thing. And they're the same shit. A logic puzzle and some math. It's just... Did they even fucking try? This game isn't worth $30, by the way. 20? Sure. 30? Overpriced. Overhyped? It's nonsense. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, watch the beginning of the show instead of just walking in and being like, dislike. This motherfucker doesn't like video games. No, I love video games. Love them. I do not have time in the modern age to play games that just don't lead anywhere, that don't feel good, that aren't asking for the player to have fun. I don't need my hand held. I need just a hand up out of this fucking gutter that we live in the game industry. This is constantly just fucking made for other devs, it feels like. Look what I can make. Who is your audience? Who are you selling to? If it's just intellectuals, then you've come to waste your time. Because people don't play video games to become intellectuals. I'm sorry to tell you. That's the whole reason I love video games. It's because I don't have to think every time. I can just do. I can just go and do things, get hits of dopamine, and just love that I'm just playing something and numbers go up. But instead, somewhere along the lines, it's become some college course. Fucking institutionalized nonsense. And I also hate when I'm reading fucking through dialogue and it's obvious that they went to college and they got all these nice fucking words in their head and that they went and read the most literary blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. Being a writer, you have to know how to write in very different ways. And I hate that you fucking get taught to be writing a specific way and you have no voice and you just become an AI fucking robot yourself. And you go out there and you just fluff up these fucking video games with words that nobody cares about or has to look up. I hate it. This game can get away with it. But other games, no way. And it's an institutionalized nonsense. You don't sound like a human. You're not writing like the characters. You're just there writing. You're just putting words on fucking in a fucking computer. I'm at the threshold of there's too many devs. Maybe the game industry is right. Just start fucking killing off all the devs with their fucking careers just ending. And maybe we'll get some cream of the crop type shit. But I don't know. They need the tax write-off and I need something that makes me feel good. And I can't find it anywhere. And when I do find it, it's fleeting. First 4 hours of this game is fine. After that, you just start to see it blow itself up. It trips and stumbles and just goes down the stairs and just lights a bomb along the way. I don't fucking understand how you cannot... What is wrong with devs? How can they not finish something? How can they not know beginning, middle, end? Did they not teach you that in college at all? They just teach you how to start and say, good luck. And if you're not creative, you're not going to get anywhere. What am I looking at right now? Patch notes of something. I clicked on something. What? No, I didn't mean to hit that. Go to the library. No achievements. My buddy was right. No achievements today. But again, the achievements is like, fill up that entire blueprint thing, find room 46 in an hour or the first day, find all the rooms, just in general, I think was one of them. Like, they're not fun achievements. So 0 out of 16 achievements, thank God. It won't affect my fucking percentage rate. Yeah, 13 hours. I've had enough. You have to come in this game with the mindset of enjoying these games, 100%. But I think, again, the roguelike stuff will eventually wear on you. It's going to push you away and that kind of stuff. Store page. Let me go look at this. Again, overall, 86% recommended rating. I don't think that's wrong, but I do fear like a lot of content creators out there that are playing this are going to push this in front of people who are just going to bomb that rating. If it quiets down, I think it will be stuck in that nice niche group that's looking for this type of content, and then they're going to have to enjoy the other parts of it. But just looking at the other parts of it, how am I supposed to tell someone who likes something like Myst that this game is actually going to achieve something? Because those puzzles matter. If this one, the puzzles are just giving you answers to the overall exploration to progress the game into some permanent unlocks and that kind of stuff, it's not really going to lead to anything. The RNG aspect of the game is also working against it when you already have other things working against you in the first place. You got your steps, you got your keys, you got your gems, you got money. I don't know. But with all the stuff and how it all works and finding the right items and that kind of thing, it ends up just being a clusterfuck of just, are you going to find the right thing? The boiler room, I think I had access to it once or twice and didn't do it because it would have killed the run. But at the same time, should I kill the run for the next run and that kind of thing? The answer is obviously fucking no, because those rooms don't even fucking matter. There's so many red herrings here that just aren't obvious that I'm just frustrated. My brain is just frustrated. It doesn't want to do it anymore. It knows what the answer is, and it just walked away. It's going to be the same tedious thing over and over. It is a deck building card game roguelike at the end of the day. The puzzles are nice little cute tangents and that kind of stuff. Just none of it stuck. I can't think of one puzzle that was actually just over the top enjoyable. The little logic mini game and little math stuff, yeah, that can be fun for a little bit. But then like, even in the achievement, I think it's like do 40 of the like each puzzle or something like that. They're like thinking you're going to sit here and just keep playing this stuff, but it does not have longevity, in my opinion. It does not have the longevity that it should. I just noticed in the previews for this game, they're giving away answers, and I never noticed until right now because I have a bit of knowledge, not all of it. Literally spoiling the game in their preview. Yeah, and then there's questions about how some of this shit works. There is what do these rooms do? What's the capability? All that kind of stuff. You probably have to read until you figure it out. To get all the achievements, I guarantee it's going to be a fuck fest, and just probably for the most diehards, puzzle, whatever, RNG, roguelike enjoyers. Actually, no, the puzzles aren't going to matter. It's going to come down directly to the RNG. I have no idea how many new rooms I missed. I unlocked a lot of stuff. We can go in and check that stuff out later. But I wanted to get to reviews to sort of see what other people think and maybe just figure out like what in the clusterfuck is going on here. This person has 49 hours. They've been sitting here since May 3rd. So about a month here. The game came out April 10th. April 10th? Where is it? April 10th, 2025. The game is absolutely great for the first 30 hours or so. It doesn't quite stick the landing, though. But they recommend it. At first, you think it's all pretty simple. Just get to the 46th room, and that's it. Then you start getting annoyed with the drafting mechanics. Then you realize you can manipulate the draft. Then you realize there's much more to the game than initially seemed. Each run gives you new information. Sure, you didn't get to solve those 3 puzzles that you have back in the mind, but you got 5 new clues to follow in the next run. You start screenshotting every single possible clue and writing down everything that looks strange. I did not do that. Guaranteed you'd have a better time if you could remember some of the stuff I was trying to remember. 2 safes I missed. Was trying to mess with the circuit breaker, but I don't remember what that does. I was just seeing if I could do it. But I can't remember that stuff. You can't remember everything. They literally try to overload you with information, so you're going to have to write down stuff if you want to solve the puzzles. Okay? You're going to have to write stuff down. You're going to have to study and do your homework. Is that fun? Some people find that fun. Some people like paperwork. I fucking hate it. I hate fucking paperwork. I hate fucking meetings, okay? I hate that shit. Unless the meeting is just fun, a fun topic to talk about, or just talk through something or whatever that you want to talk about. But I hate meetings. Any meeting that goes over 5 minutes is a waste of everybody's time, and more than likely could be done in an email or not at all. Just people following the process that you've set up as a system. And if something in the system isn't working, you just correct them along the way by showing up and saying, hey, this is how the system actually works. Instead of wasting everybody's fucking time, getting them all together to waste fucking 10 minutes to get even started in the meeting, waste an hour of their life, then waste another 20 minutes as they try to get back to work. What the fuck is a meeting in this day and age? A waste of fucking time. They should have never had meetings. Meetings are dumb. Meetings were worth it when they didn't have computers and other things, okay? When I couldn't just text you the fucking answer, right? A meeting was worth it because I can get all the minds together and make sure everybody's on the same page. Now we can all fucking be in the same chat and I can make sure everybody's on the same page. Do you understand this principle? And I don't need everybody to answer right away. I just need an eventual yes from everyone in a certain amount of time, right? I need everybody to be like, I think I understand it. And when it's not working, you just show up and be like, hey, what's going on? What do you not understand? Or what do you think is how this is supposed to be done, right? And then you show up and you go, well, this is how it's actually done. This is how I'm going to do it with you. And then we're going to do it a few times to make sure you understand the process, because learning is extremely important, and I understand some systems just aren't going to catch on to other people as quickly as others. If that person can't do the job, you're going to have to replace them. That sort of sucks, but at the same time, you actually gave it a chance and you gave it a whirl, right? Do I need a meeting to sit down with that person and tell them how their job performance isn't fucking good and how they need to get with it and they need to learn this stuff that nobody else has fucking taught them in their entire life? No. What a waste of fucking time. Also, I hate peer reviews. Are they doing their fucking job? Are we getting results? Are we doing this? It's easy shit that you see long before a year comes around, right? And then when the year gets there, you just go, fuck, the numbers all work out. Yes, you're getting the raise. Of course, we're going to fight inflation with your raise and make sure you get the proper raise. I don't need to sit down with the half hour telling you you're doing a great job. I should already be telling you that shit as you're doing a great job. When you're not doing a great job, it's my fault as a leader for not being there to make sure you're doing the best job you can do. And if the best job you can do is not properly fitting the system, then I do have to replace you. But that's long before a peer review where I'm going to tell you might get fired. That's also stupid. I hate that shit. How companies work today are all stupid because it's institutionalized nonsense, right? And that same shit seeps into these fucking video games, and I fucking hate it. Keep your homework and your fucking study notes to yourself. I didn't go to college and stay there for a reason. It's because it's all just stupid nonsense and knowledge that you only need if it's pertaining to the very specific thing that you have. Why am I taking fucking 6 classes where most of this shit isn't going to pertain to what the fuck I'm doing anyways? Why would I pay you money to tell me that I need a piece of paper for a job that a monkey can fucking do? How about that shit, blueprints? And people are completely confused, thrown off the thing, because we're going back to this review. You now have 10 plus clues to keep track of at any given time. How deep does this go? You have credits, blah, blah, blah. This person's just writing nonsense at this point. The game keeps giving you more, though. It's like a puzzle hydra. For every puzzle you solve, 2 more clues to follow. The puzzles get more and more cryptic. I just don't agree with that. They weren't cryptic at all. They're pretty straight in your face for the most part. The overarching stuff, a little cryptic, but again, as you probably unlock certain rooms and stuff, that cryptic stuff would just go away. It's still fun, but now it gets tiring to go through the motions of drafting, but the game gives you more. Surely, after I unlock the 8 doors or the 8 sigils, the game will finally end? No, it will not. Okay, spoilers, great. You will find more options to manipulate the draft, but just want it to end now. It's enough puzzles. Here are some more puzzles. I'm tired, boss, and a whole new location with more puzzles in it. I don't think I have the tenacity to beat all of it, and that's the main problem. There's no satisfying conclusion to the game unless you force yourself into an obsessive, hyper-focused frenzy. Even if you just want to finally see the true ending and call it a day, cheats and guides won't help you much at all. My buddy's working on that. There's got to be a way to manipulate. Anything that is programmed could be manipulated. I'm still recommending the game because it's genuinely unique and it does something different. It feels unique because of the way that they blanketed this stuff, but I don't think it's as unique as people want it to seem. I think if you kept playing it, you would start to realize it feels more like about 2 or 3 separate games to sort of smash together. Like, they don't synergize as well as they could have. Mostly because they put a stamina system in and that kind of stuff and make you have to work much harder for the product. Let's get a refund. I love smash buttons and be skillful. Needs a ADHD too. And I think that's the other thing. Like, yeah, if it just keeps trying to shove more and more of this in your face, but it's not satisfying, people with ADHD are just going to get as frustrated as I am. I have ADHD, and that might be part of it. I'm not getting anything satisfying here. I'm not getting a hit of dopamine. There has to be progress every run. If there's not progress every run, what you're saying is I lose. I lose, you lose, you lose, you're a sucker, you don't know how to figure this out. And that doesn't feel good. People don't want that. You can't have that in your video game. Dark Souls, again, will get away with it. This game is not Dark Souls. It's an intellectual thinker, right? A puzzler. Some roguelike elements or whatever. But you're not delivering. The potential is there, but unless you've played a lot of games, you may not see it. I see it. I've played a lot of games. The writing is on the wall. Like, I guarantee that RNG is just all that matters. And then what's the point after that? What is the point when RNG is the only mechanic that you relied on? Like, good for you. So many games do it. Not just these games. So many games that try to do roguelike are just like, well, that's RNG. That is a cop-out. It proves that you're not as good of a developer as you think you are. If you have to always rely on RNG to make your game progress, it means you do not know how to put an overarching system to make sure that roguelike does not get away from you. That the player has strategy and decisions they can make in the moment to do things, right? Because Dark Souls, there is no RNG. It's just clunky controls and nonsense, right? The unfairness is in the mechanics itself. And you have to find a way to either not be hit by those mechanics or find a way to cheese them. And that's it. That's the game. That's why people enjoy it. Because they know they can progress if they keep trying over and over and over until they get it. Right? This game, I could try over and over and over, and I may still not get it for so long, and it's such a tedious process, it doesn't work here. It doesn't work. I need some control. I need to manipulate what I have in my hands. And there's so few and far in between. Upgrading the blueprints also didn't wow me that much at all. Like, the choices I felt like were just choices. Like, it didn't make me go, oh man, yeah, that one's really going to change how this all works. No, the upgrades are just upgrades. A little bit more on top, or change this into something else that might fit your play style, but I don't know what my play style is until I have all the rooms and I can take a look at the deck and be like, how can I get all this stuff to match up where I'm just raining gems in so nothing ever stops me? Getting the terrace requires gems. And so even if you work over there and you do it and you realize, oh, I needed 2 gems instead of 1 like I did, you realize I just wasted my fucking time. It's hard to remember all this crap. I don't know the cost of every fucking card in my deck. Did you really think I was going to sit there and play for 100 hours and memorize all this shit too? I really think these devs thought people were going to sit here for 60 fucking hours and play this game. I really do feel like they think people have that kind of time. I don't. This person has 143 hours. Makes you feel smart and lucky and angry in the perfect loops. I don't know if that's exactly a good thing, but that's what Pregnant Buffalo wants you all to know. 142.8 hours on record, 126 at the time. One of the best puzzle games ever made. Hard no. It encapsulates the puzzle roguelike genre in its perfection. It sort of is its own genre, and I don't think there's a lot of puzzle roguelikes out there. And I don't think perfection. This is paid for. There's just no fucking way this person wrote this. Except a certain room that you will have to name 4 pictures. Just Google it for your sanity. What? What? You can't go and say this is perfect and then say except this. Then it's not perfect. For people who's afraid of jump scares like me, this game has none of those. Some rooms have a scary atmosphere, but be assured, I don't think scary is the right word here. I think it has a discerning atmosphere. And it's intentional because there's like lore and stuff in those rooms, or it's like, you know, you're down in the tombs. It's supposed to be creepy, not, you know. But the music and stuff, I think that's why it's so quiet all the time, because when the music is there, it's like sort of trying to set up that feel. Again, the atmosphere of the game, the art, the music, just the ambience, that's where most of the score of the game comes from, right? When I say 7.5 out of 10 or 8 out of 10, it's most of that shit. Mechanics are what's just negative towards the game, in my opinion. Like, if this was like, I don't know, came from a franchise or something with a game that was sort of like around this idea and premise of a puzzle game, and then this was like a one-off away from it, like that game I think would be like really great, probably. Like one of those mystery games. I don't play a lot of mystery games and stuff, but like, the lore and stuff was there, and this was sort of like another piece of that kind of lore in a franchise type thing. It would be different, but like having all that locked behind all this other shit and just having the RNG and the memory to remember it all, I think the story is going to be hurt because of the mechanics. The puzzles definitely are hurt because of the mechanic. Like, there's so much great stuff here that sort of gets bogged down by the roguelike, by the systems in place around that roguelike. Yeah. I just don't know a better way. Also, the curse mechanic, throw it out. What? Why is that there? Like, why is that there? That's what I want to know. For an achievement is not good enough for me. Like, why lose a gem, lose a key, like, what? How about no? How about that's obvious again that you're expecting people to know your game system in and out. You're talking over 100 hours of gameplay. Jesus. Downside is if your English vocabulary isn't vast enough, you might struggle with all the riddles. Only recommend for people who are well versed enough in English. I have to agree, maybe that's one of the things there. Vocabulary is going to be a big thing. Also, looking at a picture and being able to decipher what word they're aiming for and that kind of thing, whether it's a person, place, a verb, a noun, or whatever they're aiming for type stuff. It seemed it was mostly just verb and nouns. Thank God, not feelings. But like pray and pry. Point that one out because it had to be thrown at me. But like, when so many of them are nouns before you see that you need a verb, that can get confusing. But also, if you don't know what a crowbar does, that type of thing, I can see English being a problem. Cool map building roguelike loop mixed with persistent progress. This is 23 hours in the form of mist-like investigation and lateral thinking puzzles. The latter isn't my style of game, so I stopped after rolling the credits, which apparently only like 20% of the game. But I can recognize it for being very innovative, inspired, and I respect it. Mystery and puzzles, what's not to like? If you say blueprints, you will go insane because you always sound like blueprints. And product received for free, 181.1 hours. If you're asking the right question, it is unquestionably an astounding game and creative achievement, but it only accomplishes this by crafting experience made for a very specific type of puzzle game freak, and not everyone is ready to give blueprints what it asks for. Not everyone is ready to give it. Not everyone should have to give it. So, fuck you? What the fuck kind of wording is that? Curious minds who find obsession in the deep but fleeting satisfaction that comes from finding that which for countless days feels like would forever elude them. I don't know if that's something that should be in a video game. I mean, they're stumbling upon things and there's just absolutely, this person's obsessed. They're hyper-focused. They wrote a fucking essay. No, it's a book. They pretty much have a journal here of like everything that the game has to offer. I'm not going to read through all that. Fanatic. 30.9 hours, 30 hours in, the game is addicting. Might try to 100% it. This game is special. Blueprints is super hardcore puzzle game. None of these puzzles are hardcore. They were derivative from so many other things. I mean, Yeah, that's just it. It's fanaticism. What I'm reading here. All right, we got let's read some negative reviews and see if these people either get it or they just don't like the game because of the niche. Don't get me wrong, this game is truly a masterpiece. No, it's not if you don't recommend it. The roguelite aspect is quite fun at first, and the mysteries and puzzles to solve are captivating, but the RNG quickly starts to get in the way of the puzzle solving. Even if you know what to do, you may spend hours to get to the right combination of rooms to solve maybe one puzzle. It's really tiring. I'm at nearly 30 hours and have only scratched what seems to be the surface, but I don't have it in me to continue playing. For anyone loving puzzle games, I would wholeheartedly recommend other games like Outer Wilds, which does not resort to such RNG to artificially prolong the game life. I do really feel, and he got a bunch of the jester things, but I agree with them. I just don't think this is a puzzle game. I think this is like a puzzle game with a sandblaster on your face, you know? Some people are going to be able to wear the mask and get through it and just, you know, be fine. But other people, they're going to feel that sand starting to rip away at them. 30 hours in, this guy didn't even make it to 30 hours. And that was a month ago. So they obviously did quit and just never came back. I wonder what people are commenting on this. Those are always... you lost me at Masterpiece. This game will never crack a top 100 games of all time list, which is where actual masterpieces are. I will agree. I don't think it's going to be way up there. Let's go all the way down here. Calling a game truly a masterpiece and not recommended is the ultimate state of leaving a review online. It's true. It's big facts. I love this game, but I cannot stand playing it, and generally feels like it was made by two separate people, one brilliant mastermind genius and a complete fucking asshole between the obnoxious resource management and just requirements to do like anything. It's so heartbreaking to have such glorious and gorgeous elements completely ruined by other arbitrary ones that absolutely abolish the game experience. This person is using some heavy words, but they're not wrong. Again, I really don't think they need the steps. I think they need to remove all that it has to do with that system completely. I think the keys, the gems, the money are all good things to gate that stuff. Adding the steps in is it's just salt in the wound when you realize you didn't do something right. Knowing that you can reset the day, but the seed doesn't hold, you can't even just reset the day, try it again, and fix your mistake either. So the seed gets reset for that day, meaning you can retry it if it's a bad seed, but at the same time, if you were so close to something, there's no saving your progress there. I guarantee in the future there might be some mods that help with that allow you to backtrack your blueprints and that kind of stuff. So like when you go up to a door, that's a save point, and then, you know, there. And so when you like did something wrong, you can go back in that very same playthrough and try to get something else to see if you can get a better successful run, which will ease up on a lot of people out there having to deal with the RNG, but more than likely also footsteps. The steps themselves, I just, again, do not think they need to be there. I don't think they're really adding anything. They're just a detraction and a distraction. I fully disagree. I now have 100 hours. This person's name is a slightly disappointing salad. I now have over 100 hours in the game. I agree. Around the mid-game, trying to get to room 46 and just trying to manage resources sucks, and it makes it heavily reliant on RNG to reach room 46. It's all RNG, by the way. It's not heavily reliant. It is RNG. You have to get the draw. That's because you aren't expected to reach it before day 40 or so. Jesus Christ. I could only imagine if playing Hades and I had to do 40 runs before I beat Hades. I can only imagine. Actually, I can't. I would quit the fucking game. Sure, with the RNG you can, but at first, the puzzle is trying to get upgrade disc, permanent unlocks, and learning to use the full game to your advantage. But it takes so long to earn any of that. Like, solving the puzzles gives me a gem, not a permanent upgrade. When I open a safe, right, I get lore and a gem. And then the lore doesn't matter after that when I get that room again. It's just I get a gem, right? Like, there isn't just progression happening, so it sort of snowballs into you're going to fall into place. That's not happening here. So, like, they are talking again, yeah, you're going to need over 100 hours in this game. But I feel like this could have been such a faster, more just synergetic experience to have fun. But again, they want it to be a slow pace, just absolutely slow. The game is just slow. But now, even restarting the game, being better at knowing which rooms are good for which situations, I hardly struggle with resource management at all. But again, as my buddy said, you're gonna have to restart. Like, your first playthrough of this game will be so bad, you will do such wrong things that you have to restart. And that's insane to me. This game you need to learn. Every fucking game you need to learn. Like, are you saying that as, like, just trying to put this person down like they weren't learning the game? I don't think you understand how much learning goes into this fucking game. And a game you learn by playing. Jesus Christ. I can't read that guy's comment anymore. Corrosive Prime, this is actually my biggest peeve with the game, dude. I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to do anything, and doing anything takes up so much resources, RNG, and just pure luck that you literally just sucks. Which, guess what, you have to redo multiple times because it doesn't line up. Guess it sucks to suck. Restart and hope for. I can't read what this person's saying. It was this AI. That is awful game design. I love the idea. The execution is beyond laughable. 100 hours of restarting because of bad resources, RNG, or just RNG in general sounds like a fucking torture, which sucks so bad because the game, it's got to definitely be AI. This game is truly a masterpiece. You stated why it wasn't. What? I mean, if you've moved on, that's cool, but I want to make sure others understand that the randomness becomes incredibly controllable as you play the game. When? How many hours? Because I was told the answer to that. It's 40 hours in. That's insane! Fuck, man. It's almost like people forgot, like, video games are supposed to be fun. Jesus Christ! 10 hours in, let me start really controlling that shit. Let me start, like, picking things, making sure blueprints line up. Even the blessing just sort of just fucking, like, it seems good, but then you realize you need 2 gems for each of those fucking rooms, and it takes a place of the card. Like, I don't have the other rooms. There are very few moments anywhere where RNG blocks me from achieving anything. It's really only when I focus on accomplishing a single task to the exclusion of other tasks, and when it's not that bad. Luck can be managed, and if you manage it properly, you can sway your way easily. You're fucking on drugs, dude. Absolutely high as fuck. There is no fucking way you actually believe you can just manipulate RNG with your mindset. Look, yes, excluding things like when I went after the garage to see what was in there and that kind of stuff did fuck me over in the RNG, but the RNG was already fucking me over by that point. Same thing when you have the shelter, it looks like it rolls red rooms more often. Didn't realize that, forgot I had the shelter because, you know, just trying to play the game. It's not... If something was there, say, like, I don't know. I don't know. If the red rooms just weren't red rooms, maybe I would have thought differently. Like, but there's, like, so much shit here to help the player keep track of shit, and they just don't want to do it. They want you to write it down, and they want you to play as slow as fucking molasses. You're crazy to believe that luck has something to do with the RNG in this circumstance at all. There is no luck in the RNG. I'm not going to be able, because I picked this room, doesn't mean that that room is suddenly going to be there in that pool until I find the other fucking room. I can't just luck into that. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. It's like, what, do I have to find the car keys before I can get the car? I'm not talking about stealing a car or some shit. I'm talking about, like, actually purchasing a car. But there's, like, keys you just find, and you're like, does it go to this car? Like, that's what they're talking about here. That's the level of RNG. Like, you don't even know where the keys go. Jesus. I need to see more negative reviews. A seventh of them are negative. Random and grind. I mean, the roguelike stuff can work for you. I guarantee you. I think it just takes way too long to get there. I wish I had liked this, but I don't. New info can't be used reliably on subsequent days. Puzzles so far. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, not having certain linear stuff. And it just becomes frustrating because I don't think people are writing it down. And it's a frustration fest. You wouldn't download a car. I would have to assume that this changes as you play more, but I expect better puzzles after 4 hours of play. I agree. Why is this game such a slow cook? What are we slow cooking for? This game would have been fun. Like, that first day was wild. I was finding items. I was breaking open trunks. I was doing things, man. It felt like the game was alive. Like the RNG just didn't matter at all because everything was just fun. Things were happening. I got to the antechamber. I didn't know how to open it. Like, so much stuff was there. It was great. And then the second day, wind out of the cells. Just nothing. Just absolute, like, it just suddenly everything was gone. It was like having a great party and saying, hey, everybody come back tomorrow. We'll do the same thing. And you show up and then it's like just a couple handfuls. You know, like, what? And then I could obviously tell that the RNG leans towards certain tutorial things. So when I opened one room, I was able to find other rooms specifically to solve that, like the tomb. Like, it was pretty obvious that, you know, that was there. And it started to play into that. So there are mechanics to work with the RNG to better stuff. But I think once you find those, it's just blatant RNG after that. It just goes into the pool of just RNG. Like going to the shed and not having a room, it seemed to pull the rooms I haven't explored yet more often than it did the other rooms that I already did. So obviously it has a bias in the game. Am I wrong and it lucked out that way? Sure, that's where the luck is. But other than that, it's obvious that there's bias. 84 hours in, this person, here is a 100% spoiler-free critical review of Blueprints. Blueprints is a roguelite puzzle game. This is a unique concept, but it creates a lot of friction for the player as the two game design philosophies rub against each other. The general game loop is that each day you will build an escape room mansion using roguelite mechanics that include resource management, planning, permanent upgrades, and a lot of RNG. The puzzle side requires you to solve puzzles as small as a single room and as large as the entire mansion, and there's no shortage of well-designed, brain-bending fun to be had here. Found a lot of the puzzles a bit derivative, but they were fun when solving a good chunk of them. Okay, some good words. I'm 40 hours into the game and had mostly fun up to this point. The puzzles are growing more complex. I'm feeling more accomplished with each one I solve. However, when the puzzle side of the gameplay is stepping up, the roguelite aspect is growing incredibly stale. Puzzles now will often require specific items and room setups that are difficult to find and set up during your day. Unless you can find all the stuff you need in a run, you will have to start again. So, you know, thinking about this, comparing it to Hades, when in Hades you find a specific god, there's a pool of gods you can then pull from. So when you jump down, you find, like, say, Zeus. Zeus is more than likely going to come back through again. But it will also start to favor a pool of gods. So say, like, Poseidon and who else would be in that pool then? Anyways, actually, that doesn't matter. So as you find the boons, they are going to be these specific gods. Rarely would you find more than 5 gods in a run, but you could. But you usually find up to 5 god boons of specific gods, and then that's it. You're just going to find boons to those gods. This sounds like, while that is there, it's not like that. You can continue to find gods after the 5 more, just as often as the other ones, which again muddies the water. Even if it's slightly less, it doesn't cut them out completely, which means if you are trying to go after a certain thing, that's why when you see speedrunners, or not speedrunners, but people doing Heat 36, is it? Heat 32. But when you're doing 32 Heat and you start a run and you get a specific god, you'll see them just quit the run and re-roll. The reason that is because specific gods give specific powers, and there's a pool you can pull from. Zeus in Hades is a common one to try to find, or Poseidon, because those two are going to either be connected to each other or very close to, and they're extremely high DPS. So it allows you to just to quickly clear rooms and that kind of stuff and not have to worry about time and more likely getting hit. Then a lot of people sometimes go after Athena first because she will give defense. Really good defense, and a lot of that's reflection and stuff that'll help clear rooms. So with that, you know, there's strategy behind it, and looking and immediately knowing that ain't gonna work. Like when I had a curse, I wasn't gonna sit there and deal with the curse. That'd be stupid. So I just reset the day, right? That's a legit strategy to just not have to deal with the mechanic. Not having to deal with the mechanic, you have to ask yourself, is it so often you have to deal with that mechanic that it's annoying, or is it just something you can just ignore every once in a while? The curse I can ignore. That's why I also think maybe it shouldn't be there, because also what the fuck. But at the same time, like, it wasn't a big deal. I just thought it was stupid and a waste of my time. But at the same time, if I'm rolling for a certain god in Hades, I would feel the same way. Well, that was a waste of my time reroll, because, you know, they gave me freaking who am I trying to think of? Dionysus, you know? Like, that ain't gonna work out. Damage over time, not good. I need direct front end, just absolutely whooping for their Heat 32. But some people make it work. But at the same time, like, you mix some of that stuff together, there's so much damage happening that even then we can start talking about mechanics of, like, the calculation and stuff. This game won't have any of that. So if it doesn't have enough stuff to set up your deck, you know, into a specific line of strategy, yeah, it can be extremely frustrating. The feeling on accomplishment that wasn't, yeah, I did it, but finally. Yeah, I know that feeling. A failure can mean losing not only the resources you used that day, but yeah, that was the other thing I noticed. You can set up the next day, but if the next day's RNG works against you, that's all a waste of time too. This game doesn't respect the player's time. That's what I'm noticing. That is what I'm noticing. It just doesn't respect the player's time. I'm not going to keep reading this. They also wrote a book for a negative review. Review update at 80 hours. I've played this game for another 40 hours. However, my overall thoughts have not changed. I did not complete the game and have uninstalled it. Shortly on my previous review, I unlocked some features that made the roguelite aspects more manageable and made some, so 40 hours in. Good progress on a lot of puzzles. I was once again having fun. However, the same issue cropped up again. The puzzles continued to increase in complexity and obscurity, and it became too much of a chore to explore or experiment. That sucks, man. I know that feeling, and that sucks. They can fix this, though. I want everybody to know that the game doesn't have to stay this way. But you know what I'm thinking? They're not. They're going to do some more quality of life stuff and probably move on. And more than likely, the game's going to become modded and much more enjoyable through those mods. If people want to do it, it really depends. I saw another one here at 44.6 hours. Blueprint starts very strong. It's good feel of exploration, discovery, sub puzzles. But after that, it becomes a tangled web, extremely obscure puzzles, code deciphering. Man, but that's what I was looking for. I was looking for more of that. So after 40 hours, they said, ultimately, I dropped the game in frustration. And when I looked online to see what was left to discover, a hell of a lot, I realized I probably never would have figured out some of this stuff out, no matter how much time I put in it. So I'm glad I dropped it. Skill issue. No. I can understand that. I think it's brain overload is what they're talking about. I think they would have figured it out. There was enough clues and stuff in the game for sure. RNG mechanics made the game too tedious. That's after 7 hours. 29 hours. Admit I probably just didn't look close enough before purchasing, but this game is way more card game than puzzle. And the puzzle elements are subpar at best. I mean, again, derivative a bit, but at the same time, card game. Yeah, so this person figured it out. I didn't until somebody told me, and today I sort of figured that out too. That's why we had that good run. I was sort of playing the cards, and then things started to click, and I was like, what the fuck is this? But at the same time, like, I shafted myself at one point, I think. And then I got a bunch of dead ends. I don't know if it was just that's the rooms that were left or what. I didn't look it up on the internet to not get spoiled, but big mistake because it's definitely not a game for me. Yeah. Yeah. 56 hours in. What are cars made by Chrysler between 1956 and 1959 have in common with blueprints? Both have a feature that the creators thought would be a great selling point, but actually becomes a negative that ruins what would otherwise be an excellent product. And both should have been recognized as problems long before these particular features were added. A 1956 to 59 Chrysler. That's great. That is probably one of the best starts to review I've ever had. For the Chrysler vehicles, it was a highway hi-fi, a record player that allows you to listen to your collection by pumping the music through the existing radio. Genius, you may think, until you realize that cars tilt and bounce as they move, which are the two things the record players do not like for obvious reasons. We're getting a bit of a lesson here. Blueprints has a similar problem with the addition of roguelike aspect of its design. While initially this is a novel idea that doesn't disrupt enjoyment, it eventually ruins the game as you reach a point where you know exactly how to progress certain puzzles, but the game is actively stopping you from doing so because you need a particular set of rooms to be drawn from your deck. Often it is very specific places to have all the parts necessary to complete the puzzle. Consequently, what would have been a wonderful game that is truthful to the classic adventure games of the 80s and 90s like Myst, where you gradually solve obscure puzzles by putting together clues scattered around the environment, is a letdown because the developer either went trend chasing or felt the need to extend playtime by gating progress with a very poorly implemented roguelike system. Again, I don't think the roguelike system is the problem completely. I do think it adds a bit of interest of building a manor to get clues and that kind of stuff. I think they put too much emphasis on making those rooms operate stuff outside of the mansion. I think if you learned like water levels and how to turn on the pump and all that kind of stuff, and then you could leave, again, no steps, you could just leave once you discover this stuff to like unlock things and explore, I think this game would have been a lot more fun. Because then it would definitely feel like a puzzler. But then the roguelike stuff, or just have steps in the manor. You can only be in the manor for so long, quote unquote, right? Like you can spend 2 hours in there, but the steps only let you in there. Then you get kicked out of the manor, and you have to take the information you have to solve everything outside the manor. Right? Which leads you to whatever to allow you to then come back, build the manor a specific way or whatever. You know, there again, I can see the potential. I can see the writing. I can see that kind of stuff. They could also lock the lore in the mansion, and by doing stuff outside will open up new blueprints for you to open new rooms to get more of that lore and stuff like that. But again, it just feels like this game just sort of, it all like somebody put it in a box and shook it. Like there's just shit all over the place. I think that would have been a lot more fun. Do the roguelike, solve the puzzles. But while you're doing the roguelike, you're still solving puzzles and there's lore, right? I like it's there, but it's not there, you know? So reading these negative reviews are actually giving me a lot of insight that some people did come in with the expectations, they knew what they were playing, but then like that roguelike system just absolutely ate away at them, which was eating away at me because it just takes so long to process through all of it and day after day. In fact, get rid of the days. Get rid of the day. Like you could say like day 11, day 12 and stuff, but like I feel like that also just keeps like you see that number going up and you just feel like you're not progressing. Like you can have a calendar, but like man, to see people talk about you need to get in like freaking 20 to 40 days in before you solve things, that's nuts to me. And I was skipping days. Someone recommended Blueprints as a game I'd probably like since I love The Witness. God, don't listen to anyone who says you'd like this if you love The Witness. Blueprints is all about that RNG and trying over and over and over again. Too many runs are unsatisfying. You know, a lot of people don't like The Witness too, right? Hold on, let me go back. Like, it's a beloved game and has like a sort of cult following. But wasn't there like issues with this game? Yeah, 85%. So it's not like The Witness is a masterpiece either. I think the big problem with The Witness is that it just ends up being like puzzle overload. You're solving and solving and solving and solving, and then it doesn't feel like progress anymore. It just feels like you're solving puzzles, you know, to solve puzzles which you're not interested in doing, type thing. That's what I remember about people talking about this game. But The Witness has a lot of exploration to it too. Without that roguelite system, you just explore and explore and explore, and you learn lore and that kind of stuff. I never played it. There's 15,000 reviews. It sits at 85%. That's where I think Blueprints is going to end up, in all honesty, if it gets up to that many reviews. But The Witness came out in 2016, January 26, 2016. And it's a $40 game. But it's a pretty big game, too, as far as I remember. And there's like some like a little bit of twist and turn in there. Anyways, let me go back to this. 63 hours in. For God's sake, include a suspend feature. I'm sick and tired of games that force you to reset. What if I need to go out to do something or sleep? Give me an option that isn't resetting the whole damn day. I mean, yeah. Why can't I just save and quit? Get with the 2025 modern age of save systems. Come on. 14 and a half hours. This person says Blueprints is a masterpiece of puzzle and mystery game that is far too frustrating to recommend playing. The random roguelike components are a neat gimmick early on, and the player can learn some strategies and tricks to improve the odds of their success to some degree. Unfortunately, the RNG detracts more from the gameplay than it adds. After spending 100 plus hours in the games, I estimate about 10 to 20 total hours were spent engaging with the game's innovative puzzles and piecing together the story. The mystery and riddles are where the game shines the most and push the player to meticulously screenshot and note every site in detail. The variety is fine early on while the player has many leads to pursue, but eventually becomes a nuisance that only seems to waste time, forcing the player to retry a new run and hope for the conditions needed to progress. The critical path for a puzzle can be gated by pure luck, requiring a specific combination of items and rooms without offering redundancy or backup options. Vital clues can be missed, and necessary items may not spawn. The player may be unaware of certain information or mechanics because they were never presented, or feel frustrating because they cannot progress despite knowing exactly what the next step should be. Even for patient puzzle game veterans, there are annoying long gaps between when you mentally solve something versus the actual opportunity to implement the solution. That's that hit of dopamine I'm talking about. I know the thing, you know how to do it, and then you can't go do it. And so it's suspended stuff, and a lot of people, when they finally get to do it, be like, yeah, okay, there it is, right? Instead of feeling like, yeah, we did it, right? It just doesn't happen. That's why the mini games stayed sort of fun for me, even though I failed 2 of them today. I wasn't reading, I'll be honest. I looked at the boxes, didn't process, and just opened one. Yesterday, I was talking through every single one. Today, I don't know. Ironically, the self-contained puzzle in each run offer little variety, asking the player to solve the same logic and math puzzles again in subsequent runs. Redundancy, it seems to be a problem too, which is interesting. 39 and a half hours. I've gone back and forth over it, but I'm around 40 hours in. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. The game just flatly does not respect the player's time. I've said this. Several design decisions seem outright hostile, if just thoughtless. Slow, tedious, unskippable animations, for example. Yeah, that also started annoying me a little bit. I felt like I was nitpicking, but this guy has a Dead Cells icon. Oh! It was so close to being great. Yeah. 75 and a half hours. 63 hours at time. If you purchase the game, here's what to expect. 5% puzzle solving, 5% deciphering poorly worded hints, 90% waiting on RNG to let you progress the game. This game has an amazing story and atmosphere, but it would be far more entertaining to watch an edited playthrough than to waste your time playing this game. I agree. I think watching somebody else play this, and someone with a bit of knowledge already and that kind of stuff, would probably be a lot more entertaining than me, a salty fuck, just screaming about the game in 3 parts. This is a really cool game. Please let me play it without the RNG. Again, I think the RNG can be in there. I just think it relies too heavily on it, and there's, again, the steps and stuff that sort of work against the player to be able to explore and take in the atmosphere and the environment and stuff like that. Without that ability, I think it just shoves it all into like everybody mad at the RNG. But I don't think the roguelite system is terrible in any means. I just think the way it's implemented just, again, is grinding the gears, and it's just sand in the face type shit. Just after a while, you're just tired of it. You don't want to, and the stuff ain't moving. And it also gets in the way of like continuing to remember the lore and the puzzles. If you're playing this over like days, man, 100 hours, that's 25 days, and you may not even be playing those consecutively or anything like that. So like, you could forget stuff by the time you find something else because the game is so slow paced and takes so long. Like, you would, even if you wrote it down, I do feel like some of the stuff you'd be like, what is that? Until you find it again. Watching someone else play this was the best. I'm thankful Midian allowed me to play this because I see a great, fantastic game here. I see a lot of people who love slower paced games that allow you to think and stuff, and who don't mind RNG, just thinking this is a 10 out of 10. Who really will think this is a masterpiece and that kind of stuff. For me, I've seen the writing on the wall with the game industry and just what these systems do and stuff like, and how they synergize. But that's just it. There's so many players out there that have this knowledge. Like, I wonder if this would have been a perfect opportunity for them to go early access, see what people thought, and then go back to the drawing board and see if they can ease up those things. Wait a second. I could have opened the car? I thought I used the keys. Probably thinking old school. I could have opened the fucking car. They did have a limited demo before the year. Oh. Well, what was the feedback on the demo? Well, I immediately saw it and thought all the keys are one use, so I thought the car key was also one use. I think that's what went through my head. Is the demo still there? No. They got rid of the demo. Interesting. That's a choice. Oh, I didn't even have to search that. I can just do this. Or maybe I just can't see the demo because I own the game. No, it still says add to cart. Huh. Ring, a couple things changed from the demo. Couple things. I think demos are a great way to see if people are going to be accepting your game before even putting it out in early access. I think what Steam is doing with the demo stuff is really showcasing that devs do not get like how their games are going to be received and stuff. And so a lot of times these games, like, they put out a demo and then like it's like garbage. And people don't like it, and they're like, oh, it's just the demo. Not understanding Steam is giving them an opportunity to see how people are going to receive that game, right? But they're thinking, it's just a demo. They don't understand how the game works or whatever. I've seen that. Supposedly, that's what happened with Sunhaven and Kinseed in early access, is that things that were mentioned just weren't going. So when I played those games, it was sort of obvious that the game needed more work. But with Kinseed, there was like a Kickstarter, and it was in early access for a long time or whatever. I believe there was like beta access and stuff for that game. But Sunhaven specifically, I remember playing that demo or whatever, or beta, and just being like, oh, well, things are breaking now. Like, this sucks. And then I just, I guess I hope they fixed it. But there have been other demos for games I think we've played where they didn't listen to the dev. like to the feedback that they were given. It was free feedback and just that kind of stuff, and the devs just didn't want to listen. And that's that ego getting in the way of understanding, well, shit, my game isn't good, right? They don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept their game is not good. And I can understand that level of denial, but at the same time, for a business decision to send out the game anyways and just be slammed, like, it hurts you so bad to not just wait 6 months, try to fix some of that stuff, send out early access, see what people think again, and then start changing things on the fly. Especially things that may just need to be tuned too. Sometimes we're talking about just tuning stuff. Like if the RNG in this game was tuned down, so like as you pick certain rooms, it leads to certain rooms. Without a doubt, like, right, you get this room, you get that room. I was saying cards, but that's what it is. You get specific cards that no matter what, this card is going to show up now. Like when that stuff is happening, even from the start of the game, it allows the player to learn your game better and feel like that stuff isn't so bad, right? I have control here. The game isn't going to get away with me. Bad decisions leading to bad results, missing a clue, missing an item, that kind of stuff, that's just a bad gamer. But when people are doing everything that's there and constantly coming to the same conclusion like a lot of these people are, there's obviously a problem and they need to fix it. But like demos are a great way to find that stuff, and Steam is trying to do that for these devs, but I just don't think it's clicking for a lot of them. Not most, just a lot of them, where they don't understand your game sucks. It shouldn't even be a demo. Some of those games, like, they just break. The demo just breaks. That's how buggy they are. And then people go, hey, yeah, I don't know why you're even sending out a demo. This thing needs to cook. And like, that should be eye-opening experience, you know? Like, oh shit, this game isn't as far along as I thought, or I need to work on these bugs or whatever. But instead, I then see the game a month later go into early access, or even some of them like release, and I'm just like, I don't think 2 months was enough to cook on this game after seeing the reviews and stuff. I think I talked about, oh yeah, there was a game I was looking at that was like a Metroidvania, and they didn't have saves, and they wanted to be like a Dark Souls type thing, and like people literally told them, hey, you should probably have a lot more save states or whatever, and they just didn't do it. And then everybody was mad about it, and then there was like a chunk of the community that was like fighting back, and then the community was just infighting. All that could have been avoided by just putting in more save states. I mean, and they're not asking for like a lot there, in my opinion. Like asking to just be able to save the game or not have to backtrack as much or replay 2 hours of your game, I don't think that's asking a lot. Because let me tell you something. When I used to play, the moments I rage quit Pokemon back in the day on Game Boy is when like something would happen and the game would shut off, or I would forget to save and shut it off, and I would lose hours of progress. That might be it. I might not continue to play Pokemon and restart some months later or whatever. Like, losing progress is such a bad feeling in anything. Same thing when people used to joke about deleting people's WoW characters that were like 10 years old, and that was a thing for a bit. Like, girlfriends and friends would like delete someone's WoW characters. Like, I don't think you understand how that feels. Oh, it's just a video game. Doesn't really matter. Doing something, progressing something, and having it taken away from you is a terrible feeling no matter what it is. Even in a video game. I mean, could you imagine if you're cooking up a dinner, right? Because I like to bring this up. You're cooking up a dinner, you go out, you grill some steaks, you get the potatoes, blah, 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 and then something happens and all over the yard, right? You come to bring it out, psh, there it's all gone. Baking a cake, you know, for a birthday, you come out and you fall and it just falls on the ground, and isn't it such a bad feeling? But people are like, oh, it's just a video game, because like video games aren't, people just don't understand. Those pixels matter inside the human mind. Same thing, same reason like successful YouTubers aren't taken seriously. It's like, do you realize what kind of business they run? Rarely can someone go out there, do something, turn it into a company, make millions on their own, and then have to hire people to maintain just running that, because it gets so successful and there's so much money involved that there's just stuff involved with that, right? You're not a tax professional. You're going to have to get a financial advisor of some sort, probably some legal person that you're going to put on retainer for a certain amount of money every year, just in case something happens, right? Because you don't want to go to a lawyer that you don't know. You want to go to a lawyer you're already paying, because when you go to those lawyers, they're going to fight for you tooth and nail to keep your payment coming in and get the extra money they're more than likely going to get from anyone they have to sue, right? But like, people don't understand that. Like, these people have built businesses. They had to learn all these connections. They have connections to things. They go out there. They help other YouTubers become big things. And then you start seeing things like, recently I watched, just last night, what's his name? Moist Critical. He was talking about these cops arresting this YouTuber who's obviously hit ground bottom. Just hearing those cops talk just makes me want to slap him in the fucking face. Like, what terrible human beings do you have to be? Oh, I got him. I knew he was doing something bad. Like, that is the problem with the world in this day and age, to not take people's lives seriously. And it's just, you do not understand how important that person is to so many other people out there. Like, if you're a successful YouTuber making millions of dollars, and it's obvious like he's wasted most of it and he's not in a good place, and to sit there and chastise him just because he's a YouTuber just proves that maybe you don't understand what the fuck is going on with people's lives. And maybe you shouldn't be a police officer at all, because you shouldn't approach somebody who's just laying on the ground sleeping because they've drank obviously way too much. It's 45 degrees out in Florida, and I just couldn't believe it. And he's like, I'm going to arrest you. My first thought is, call an ambulance. My first thought is, this person needs help. Let's make sure they get up, that they're breathing, that they're conscious, and put them in a fucking ambulance, and off they go. I don't care what's in their fucking bag. I don't care to get the YouTuber. And the cop even threw it in his face. One of the cops threw it in his face that he was a Minecraft YouTuber. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe they were sitting there with this guy who's obviously needs medical attention, because he wasn't fucking with it, and he wasn't able to get permission to anything, let alone search his fucking bag, you stupid fucking pieces of shit. This is exactly what's wrong with the system in the entire United States. You're sticking your nose in a situation you don't need to be sticking your nose in. Even as a police officer, what's the point? Oh, I got him, so now the taxpayers have to put him through the court system. Like, no, I'm already paying you with my taxes. Your job is to make sure not to waste my money anymore by people following the law. And if they can't follow the law, let's get them to a place where they have to pay for the help they need, right? If this guy is a so-called successful YouTuber and stuff, I would have no problem calling an ambulance and getting him sent off somewhere so he can get treatment for his drug and alcohol abuse. Like, that's not my business. Obviously, something's wrong there, and as a human being, get them out of the fucking vicinity of them just sleeping on a fucking sidewalk in 45-degree weather at night. Jesus Christ, what happened to humanity? Oh man, I knew there was something in the bag. You were just there to get him and stick him with fucking charges. That is not your job as a police officer. I don't know if anybody told you that. And if it is your job, then the system's corrupt and you should probably quit and not be a part of that, because you get targeted later on when it all starts to fall apart. Be like, I remember fucking you and you arresting me. What do you think's going to happen to you? People are going to be like, oh yeah, I'm glad you've changed now that you're not a police officer because we took everything away from you. No, they're going to treat you like shit because they're going to remember you treated people like shit. So fucking get through your heads, people. That's also why I can't sit here and just tell this game is a piece of shit, because it's not. I do have some humanity towards the imaginary devs in my head. They have a job. They have a family to feed. They have themselves to take care of, okay? This is a freaking 7.5 out of 10 for me. Is it a terrible waste of time? No. I think it's just for a very niche group, and there can be some things that alleviate the RNG of the roguelite system, okay? Overall, I think I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10 for me. I might give it an 8 out of 10 because it seems they purposely didn't put it on the Switch. And I really like sticking it to Nintendo more. But I think overall the game's roguelite stuff it grinds things to a halt for progress. It's just overall the card deck building side of it, just not enough control fast enough. The permanent upgrades just didn't really feel like they did anything. I feel like I did a lot of stuff and it just didn't lead to anything. And I was interested in the story, but how do I get to more story if I can't? Like, I have to purposely ruin my run to, like, do that, or I have to have the right amount of gems. Well, like, I think we had the office today, and I didn't have the number of gems needed to put the office there. But again, like, it could be done better. You can have the mansion, you can have that roguelite system, but it has to work for everything else. You need to remove the outside out of the mansion. In the mansion should be one part of the game, outside of it should be another, in my opinion, because that's how it feels already. Like, going in, finding the water pump, removing all the water from the wells so you can go down to the bottom and use the basement key, totally feels like something I should do for free. That I should just be able to do and explore the place and be like, oh, there's other ways down here. Then when those places are opened up, they should be a permanent addition to being opened up. I understand why the tomb isn't opened up when you don't have the tomb, but at the same time, that outer place, it really feels like it should have been upgrades around the mansion. Like, you found this blueprint and it unlocked this place out here to allow you that every day you get to go in those places at least once, right? I think the tomb itself should have just been its own standing thing, part of the underground, where you didn't have to, you know, draw that out. And there's that. There's other ways down there. Oh yeah, I'm sure, once you open like a bunch of those doors and stuff. Well, the problem is I don't feel the progress. Like, how many tens of hours before I get some of that stuff opened? And with my mind, I'm sure I could do it faster if I started writing everything down and really dived into the game and just kept it at the forefront of my mind instead of my brain just running off with it. The thing is, I have so many other things to play. I don't have time to study a video game. You know, that's probably the big problem here. It's not player friendly, especially for their time. When you have the time to play this game, I think it's better for you, but I don't, right? And a lot of people don't. In this day and age, everybody's vying for my attention. But also, there's already things that already have my attention that need my attention because they have to be maintained. Like, I can't play this game tonight. I got World versus World, right? So there's like time already taken away from remembering stuff that's happened, even if I was to write it down. Like, that's just it. Getting back into the game tomorrow at some point, let's say, will it be fresh enough in my mind to remember what I was trying to do and that kind of thing? What's nice about something like Hades is you can just start a run and go, right? And like, even Slay the Spire, I could start the thing and go. It doesn't really matter what I was doing before. But in Blueprints, if I set up the next day and I had the item sitting there at the, you know, from the mail room, and I have the coat check there to get an item just in case it doesn't show up, but I know the coat check is probably going to be there, and I get something else set up and have all that ready. If I have to wait more than 24 hours to play the game again, am I going to remember I have all that stuff set up too? Am I going to have to write that down? Like, that's just it. I can't just start a run. If I could just start a run in the mansion and do things, then go outside and then do things, it separates the need to remember everything I was trying to do. And if things outside of it set things up inside the mansion too, that would also be a much better experience, because then maybe I can make sure the coat check appears today when I'm ready to launch my attack on whatever, finding the lore, setting up the water pumps, finding the boiler room, that kind of stuff. Like, there is a lot of game here, and it's sadly just bogged down by the lack of them understanding how time works. Literally sitting yesterday and waiting for that time lock safe to open is insane. That is insane. Like, they do not respect the player's time. And that's what this game is. It should be called Blueprints, I Don't Respect Your Time. Blueprints, Disrespect Time. Like, the game needs to be sped up. Is what it needs to be, and it needed to be because people fill the two separate games yet they're so intertwined in such a poor implementation that that's where all those negative reviews are coming from. If the RNG wasn't getting in the way of people exploring what they have learned in the puzzles that they've solved, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, because I would still be playing it right in this moment. I'd be playing the game still because it would be interesting. The problem is when I don't roll new rooms or the rooms that I need or can connect that stuff together, and if the puzzles do become more and more obscure and they get into that sort of abstract type of area, I'm not going to enjoy that anyways. Like, when you physically solve a game or puzzle or whatever, it feels good. When you're not sure what you're doing, it doesn't feel good. And if I have to go outside the game to get those answers, to solve those things, that doesn't feel good either. But also, to get to room 46, it's just pure RNG, which is sad. I thought I was going to solve something, opening up the basement with that key. Great. Wonderful. But it's just one step of the process, right? But, like, the thing is, I still have to find that other room. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I still have to find the other room. And hearing that that's going to take 40 hours, just, But again, getting the answers to that stuff, I'm sort of sold that Blueprints just, it wasn't made for me. It wasn't made for me. It's not for me. I don't know who it's for. No, I do know who it's for, but I don't know why. No, I don't know who made it this way. It's a small team, I know that, but like, it does feel like two separate people working on two separate systems, and then they mashed them together to make it work. Like a zipper. You know, they zipped it up and they said, there's our product. And I really feel like it should have been tested, and they got this feedback long before anyone played it. Because people are going to really enjoy this version that it's sent out. I mean, 80% of people enjoy it, right? Like, but on Steam, I don't think that's a true number. Like, they'll recommend it for people because of its uniqueness, but if another game came out, puzzler, roguelike, and they did it the way I just explained, this game would be forgotten. Because so many people would enjoy the other one. I like the missed element of exploration and things like that in these games. I liked the roguelike system when I was first playing it. Again, none of it is terrible, but again, it just... You can see that it's not the complete meal. Or they threw the corn and potatoes together and it just, you know, and then a bunch of oregano inside, and then, like, you have to eat that. And it doesn't, and when you first ate it, you're like, it's actually pretty good. And then now that I have to eat it for like the 17th serving, I'm just like, I don't like this anymore. And I don't know. And it feels like so many players jumped into the game sort of knowing what it is, and then after a while, they're like, okay, this one thing is a problem. I don't know. If the game gets modded in the future, like I can find mods for Blueprints, I will then change stuff. Also, where's the fucking title music? What happened? What happened? Didn't I click on controls? Game is broken as shit. When my buddy figures out all these things, we may come back to this game so I can destroy it. Started a whole new game. Damn. And again, I know those things, Midian. I know there's other, like, you're not in my head. I don't think people understand just how much I know. Like... But I also know things you don't at this point. Like I know something here, but it's just maybe I'm not wording it correctly or making people understand that you're going to be stuck in your lane and I have just fucking taken the exit. Like, I'm gone. Like, that ain't the road I want to drive on. Like, that's where I'm at. You can keep driving. I don't care. But I understand there were extra things to do. There were other puzzles I didn't solve. There are other stuff here. But at this point, it's boring to me. Like, it doesn't interest me. It's not continuing to play. I had the same problem with 8-Bit Adventure 2. The amount of dialogue, it just absolutely drowned that fucking game into nonsense, right? It wasn't like it was a bad game. It was just that they could not fucking put the pen down. Like, stop writing. The writing is bad. You're bad at writing. Stop it, right? But they couldn't. And then I missed things because of that. But I still beat the game, right? But at the same time, same thing would happen here. I would miss things, still beat the game, and just not come back to it, right? I did go back and get that other stuff eventually when I looked up like where it is, and they said it's behind dialogue, and I was like, oh, fuck me. And I sat there and just spammed it. I just literally went to every character and spammed the button until they stopped talking. And then went and did the other stuff where there was a bunch more talking. And then the other stuff I was looking at the end of that gameplay, by the way, was just DLC. But it's the fact that one thing can tear a game down and there was nobody there to tell them no. Right? And then when it gets sent out, people love the thing because they see what it is or what it's supposed to be. But I don't think they can accept the criticism of a chunk of minorities saying, I don't like it because of that thing. And it's just really hard. Like, some people are going to really enjoy the dialogue in 8-Bit Adventure 2, and I don't want to be friends with those people. This game, I think I can be friends with a lot of people who play this game and enjoy it. 8-Bit Adventure 2, if you love the dialogue, Jesus Christ, please get some help. Who hurt you? Oh, God, man, that game. If you don't voice what you're thinking, Jesus, Midian, you sound like my wife. Use your words is what she says to me. I don't fucking know how to tell you people what I'm thinking. In fact, you probably don't want to hear everything I have to think. All right? There's just no way. There's no way to tell you everything I'm thinking. Right? Like, Midian, that's on a level of fucking just impossible. There's just not enough energy or time in the world for the amount of shit that's going through my brain at once. I literally can 12 things could be running through my brain at once. The game literally, as it goes, my brain will literally grab something subconsciously and bring it back to the forefront just randomly. There is just no way for me to voice that until it happens. And then it happens, something else may just be pushed to the side because of that. Like the fact that the notebook, the thing down at the bottom, I saw what it said or whatever and just never just acknowledged it because something else distracted me, right? Something moved me to the next thing. And then we never came back to it. And then when he started hinting at it, I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what's on the notepad? And I picked it up and put it down and picked it up and put it down. And maybe I did miss something, but I didn't until it dawned on me that oh, you're talking about that thing on the notepad, right? Channel your inner Jin. But even Jin, the amount of what he's doing, not everything's there. Until Bean's attacking him, and that's the only thing you care about. But that's just it. These games take a lot. But at the same time, there's no way to voice exactly what is happening in those moments when it starts to go down. Except frustration. Just being like, this mechanic sucks. But it's not the mechanic itself that sucks. It's a overall accumulation of just why is it built this way and why am I having to walk uphill both ways to do this thing? This game tumbles and trips over itself. And that's it. And about 15-20% of people out there definitely feel it. I think there are going to be White Knights and Fanatics too, boosting the number on the positive side. I would not be surprised if this game just fell to an 85% and stuck there. If the overall promotion and stuff dies down around it. But if it keeps going and keeps getting in front of people and they keep going, I can play that game, then I feel like it's going to hit that 7.5 that I'm giving it. Because believe it or not, Steam is a good indicator of whether the game is doing a certain amount of well. And then that out of 10 that you give it because of that pretty much is spot on, because really that's what we're talking about. How many people would would play this if you recommended it with what you're thinking in that review. Put your thoughts to words. All right, it happens so fast that the thought is gone. So not everything's gonna happen here. Like, literally, I cannot stop to tell you sometimes what I'm thinking because I'm processing something else. And if I take the time to do that, I'm gonna forget what I'm processing. And then frustration is gonna form in a different way. Before I had long COVID, my short-term memory I could just replay stuff. So if I could play through this game fast enough, I would actually be able to piece it together a bit better. But since I just don't have that anymore, I can't rely on that anymore. And I'm getting old. I'm getting old. And sometimes I'm just frustrated. Why do thing not work? Why thing there? Because my brain is just fucking overloaded with other shit it's thinking about for no goddamn reason. Don't talk to you about old. I'm just saying I'm getting older. Like, literally, the arthritis in my big toes yesterday, I was walking like I was pooping, you know, my pants. I was like, ugh. Like, because I couldn't walk on my big toes. That was a new experience. And it's gonna be there now. Also, that didn't help yesterday. I was having a flare-up yesterday. Big toes hurt. My back was stiff. My neck is still stiff. But that's just it. I'm playing a video game. I shouldn't be worried about this stuff. Also, the music is back now, right? Yeah. Huh. Must have been the way I closed it and reopened it. Brain no work sometimes, and that sucks so much. Yeah. When I need my brain to solve something sometimes, it's too busy with other stupid shit. And it pisses me off. But I also don't think it would make a better gameplay experience for this game either. That's how I walked for like an entire year before you got an arthritis diagnosis. I've yet to officially been diagnosed with arthritis. People have been like, it's gout. I'm like, you can get gout and arthritis at the same time. They're like, what was the other thing? Meningitis. It's meningitis. No, it's not. No. Meningitis will kill me. I would have been dead years ago. That's my favorite one. Meningitis. I had my wife look it up last night. It's an inflammatory disease from an autoimmune thing, okay? It's rheumatoid arthritis. I didn't know what was going on to me in 2018. Like, I could not figure out why my hip hurt, why, like, getting treatments and taking inflammation drugs wasn't working anymore. I couldn't figure it out. Turns out sometimes when you have arthritis, you have to actually lay down and don't get the fuck up, except to drink water. Like, that's it. And eat some anti-inflammatory food and medicine. Like, that's it. You have to do it for a certain amount of days and then be practically on bed rest for 2 weeks if you've never dealt with the flare-up. And instead, I dealt with the flare-up by just ignoring it because pain is pain, whatever. And it just kept getting worse and worse. And I was like, no, this is fine. But it was one flare-up, didn't ease the pressure off, another flare-up, and guess what happens? All that shit has to go somewhere. Right? And if blood is pooling and it can't pool there, it's going to pool in other places. And then your body's going to be like, shit, I got to move the blood. And then when it can't move the blood effectively, because of inflammation and shit, then it just starts tugging on your nerves because it all gets fucking just inflamed and puffed up, and it just starts pulling on the cord going, hey, and then you're like, ow, that hurts. And then you go to a doctor and they go, oh man, we're going to give you a shot, and it's a steroid because you're young and you shouldn't be having these issues, and that should have been the key number one thing. Wait a second, you're a bit young to be having these problems. That has to be early onset arthritis because there's no other fucking way, unless you literally hurt yourself, that you should be having these type of pains that most people don't get until their mid-40s. But fuck it, we're going to do this anyways. And then I get the shot and I feel good, and then it doesn't solve the problem though, because the steroid shot that they gave me did solve the pain for that area, but it didn't solve the problems in the other area. So as the steroids started to just alleviate just about 3 or 4 weeks later, when it's supposed to last at least 2 months, right? The pain just immediately came back. And why? Because they were still jerking on the fucking cord. And then it hurt. And then I went to my PT guy and said, hey, I can't move my leg. After I went to the chiropractor for 6 months too, and he was popping me and I was feeling better about that. But what he was doing was actually helping the inflammation in my leg, which was then helping the inflammation in my back. He was solving the problem and didn't even know he was solving it, so we couldn't solve the problem. He did, I was young, right? He wasn't thinking arthritis. He was thinking something needs adjusting here, right? And when I was like, oh, I got a pain in my neck, and he popped that, I felt better. And that should have been a clue too. I should feel this way that I feel up here on my neck in my back, but it's not working. Something else is going on. And then when I went to my PT guy, he finally said, hey, I think it's your bursa. I think you have bursitis, right? And it's literally really bad, and we need to get the inflammation down. And then when I did that, he goes, that's weird. 3 days on anti-inflammatories and bed rest, and you feel absolutely better, and the pain is practically gone and only sits at a 2 instead of a fucking 8 or 9? Huh, that's weird. Let me go look some things up. And then he went to talk to people, and they said, that's arthritis. That's what arthritis do if you don't take care of yourself. That was a year and some change before I figured out it was just early onset arthritis, and more than likely I've had it most of my life anyways. All the pains and twings and joints that got injured and stuff like that wasn't anything to do with that. It was the fact that I was just ignoring that I had arthritis and needed to be treating it a certain specific way and not eating certain foods. That's it. What a journey. What a stupid journey, too. The amount of professionals that I went through, just for one guy I didn't even have to pay to go, hey, do the stretches and don't fucking sit in a chair for 2 weeks. God, man. That's the world we live in, where the answer's right there, but people just ignore it. And then you expect me to brain-elate? Yeah, that was the other thing. I was trying to stream and stuff with freaking pain all the way up to 7. Guys, my hip really hurts, and I think we're gonna call it a day. That's when it was going to an 8 or a 9 of this really fucking hurts to even be here, to exist. I woke up one morning, just the entire body was just you suck. I remember having a rash and everything, the worst rash I'd ever had. I've always had this rash that appeared on my body my entire life. It's arthritis. It was early onset arthritis. It was my own immune system attacking me. It was I don't like yeast. I'm killing your sweat cells, your sweat glands. That's what it is. That's what it is. Still happens today. I have it on my arm right now. Right now. Still happens today. And then all I have to do is take some freaking ibuprofen and then put some anti-inflammatory cream on it. Boom, gone. 2 or 3 days. And that's what I did growing up. I put freaking steroid cream on, right? The hydrocortisone or whatever it is. What's it called? No, it's not hydrocortisone, is it? What am I thinking of? But anyways, I used to put that on there, and I used to put the real old shit where it was obvious there's way too much of that medicine in there. So it was 1%. No, it wasn't. It was 6%. But anyways, I would put that on there, and the rash would go away in 3 days. And that's when I was younger and healthier, right? I mean, I'm still pretty healthy now, but when I was a younger kid, I would bounce back from the rash just with that stuff. I thought it was great. This is awesome. Then I got older, and it stopped working because I got bigger, and the inflammation got worse. Is that hydrocortisone? It sucked. It sucked to live. Chronic pain is the worst. But since I was stuck at a fucking 8 or 9 and probably up to a 10, who cares? The agony of it all. When I have pains right now that are 2, 3, or 4, sometimes I don't even recognize that they're there because it's just that's life. But that's a problem, because when you have those, it sort of hurts, and you should probably deal with it. Same thing when I get really bad headaches. Some people are that's a migraine. But I don't see it as a migraine because I couldn't move my fucking leg one time, and that fucking hurt worse than anything else that's ever hurt in my life, practically. It just sucks. But like not just absolutely not knowing what it was, and the people who were helping me were trying to help, but like no result is the worst. And then I got COVID. And then everything sucked again, but for different reasons. My brain stopped working. Everything I was like hoping to rely on going into 2020s. And I did, because we started to get back to streaming in 2019 and 2020, and things were going well. And then we were doing 2021. I can't remember what we were doing. And then I got COVID in November of 2021, I think. And it just sucked for the next like 2 years. Solid. And I was going to the doctor, and I was like, man, I have no focus or anything like that, blah, blah, blah. And then again, nobody knows what the fucking problem is. And then you go to a doctor, and he's like, have you ever been diagnosed with ADHD? And I was like, no. And he's like, do you want to be tested for it? And I was like, sure. And I got tested for it, and they're like, you have ADHD. You sort of suck. And I was like, Jesus Christ. Then we're trying to find a medication, and fucking with this brain, good luck finding a medication that works without it overstimulating or understimulating. Literally, my last meds, they just stopped working. My brain literally can make meds stop working. Like, if I'm taking a heavy enough dose, I'll always fill it. But my brain will find a way. Oh, yeah, all the serotonin uptake you got going on here, not working anymore. Ain't gonna let this happen. I felt really good after I stopped taking it, though. I weaned myself off. Then I've had pretty good focus since then, too. So I don't know. I think I was getting better, and the meds just weren't making anything better. And then also, it really sucked because, like, my stomach was always messed up because of the meds. And so it sucked. I had to eat with the meds all the time, and it just, But then Midian comes in here going, we don't know what you're thinking. I don't know either. I didn't even know I had arthritis. I know I had long COVID, though. For sure. 100%. Long COVID sucks. And then every time I had an arthritis flare-up, the fogginess would come back. So every time I would have an arthritis flare-up, the long COVID would just come back, like in full force. Like I was tired, and my brain was foggy. I just sucked. I just couldn't think. Like everything just wasn't clicking. Yeah. Oh, you're on max dose? It ain't gonna work here. Good luck. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Your brain can just be like, hey, we recognize the chemical. The chemical's doing things, but doesn't life still suck? And you're just like, what the fuck? Human body, why? Yeah. Or my favorite is when you take a med and your body's able to filter it out fast enough or find a way to make sure it doesn't work. Like, there's something called, like, some kind of receptive blocker. I forget what it's called. This is why, like, caffeine, when you drink a lot of caffeine, like, there's a receptor that goes there, but the caffeine takes the place. And when you stop drinking caffeine, there's not enough receptors because your brain goes, hey, I'm getting enough of this caffeine, I'm not going to make as many receptors. It's the opposite of that. Instead of letting the caffeine in, instead it makes more and more of those other receptors, and it takes the place of where that drug would go, and then the drug don't work. Receptor antagonist? I don't remember what it's called. I remember learning about it years ago. Because when I was going to therapy and they put me on meds and the meds wouldn't work, and they're like, that's not possible. Or they were putting me on like heavy antipsychotics. And the nurse would be like, aren't you tired? And I'd be like, no. And they would give me an anti-anxiety med. And my anxiety was so high that even taking a high dose of anti-anxiety med didn't work. Like, they were literally surprised that I was still feeling the anxiety at the level I was. That's my brain. That's how my brain worked. I literally ignored anxiety for so long that when I finally had to face it, like, all I felt was anxiety. Like, it was hard to breathe. because I just never felt it before. Like, I didn't know it was a thing. My brain constantly said, hey, just put it over there in storage. We'll deal with that later. And then you have a mental break, and then the storage breaks open, and they go, oh, shit. Well, I guess we can go through it now. And then it's like a fucking avalanche. They're like, oh, shit. And my brain is like, peace. See ya. That's what your doctor described it as? Yeah. The best way to take meds is to start slow and uptake until your body finally starts taking it. Because your brain can be tricked. Because you have a certain amount of receptors a lot of times. That's why a lot of doctors start you on the low dose. And then they slowly trick your body into taking those receptors instead of the other ones. So what? Or if you just don't have enough in the first place, sometimes your body's like, hey, whoa, where's the serotonin coming from? We can use that. And they start just taking it. You got to sort of trick your brain sometimes until your meds work. But it's slow, it's tedious. A lot of people don't want to take meds and that kind of thing. So it's not as effective as it could be for a lot of people. The other thing is we need to stop taking pill form stuff. We need to start drinking our meds more often so our body takes it in faster, but we also have to have a way that it releases much slower at the same time. That's why we take pills, because it slowly dissolves and your body absorbs it and then it goes. But I think really drinking our meds is the future. Like, you can still have a pill, but you can shake it in water and then drink it and convince our body that it's just a drink. Because when you take a pill, it's such a knee-jerk thing that you're doing to your brain. Your brain knows you're putting the pill in your mouth and you're drinking it. Versus if you just put that drink to the side and just drink it throughout the day and slowly get your dose of whatever too. Or 5-hour energy drink shots, you know? That's a way to trick the body too. Not only will I give you the meds, I'm going to give you a bunch of vitamins and minerals, and then your body's going to like that drink. It's going to want it. And so it's a way to trick you to take your meds, but also your brain to take in whatever's happening. And then it's less likely for your body to reject it because it's the placebo effect, working for your meds versus against it. Yes, the placebo effect can actually stop something from affecting your body. That's why some monks are able to be bit by certain things or certain venoms and they don't die. They literally just meditate the body into not accepting the venom as existing. And you think I'm kidding, I'm not. To slow their heart rate, and the venom just sort of half-lifes itself away. And that's insane. And then there was that one guy. There was this guy. Did you guys hear this story? This guy. He slowly dosed himself with snake venoms. Crazy motherfucker. And he worked with snakes and everything like that. He'd milk them. But he slowly dosed himself with snake venoms. And this took on more and more. And then let snakes bite him to see if it worked. The snake guy. And he's done it for so long and has let so many poisonous snakes bite him, he has become immune. And now his blood may hold the answer of creating a treatment to stop any snake venom or venoms in general from happening. So you know the antidotes you take in a video game? Soon we may have that shot. You're poisoned. No, you're not. All because that guy experimented on himself, which you should not do. Do not do that. It is amazing he is not dead. It is amazing that he got the doses right. It's amazing his body was able to recover at all. Like most times when a snake bites you, you don't recover 100%, if at all. You know, if you don't die. Yeah, it's a genetic lottery. His genes, his immune system, all matched up to take on whatever that was. It had enough exposure for a long time that the body started building defenses, saying, hey, I recognize this chemical more and more, this toxin, whatever. I'm starting to recognize this thing more often, and it's getting up there. And then when he probably started dosing himself is when it probably started, like, his body went into overdrive to protect it. Like, oh, yep, here it comes. We've seen this before. Like, your immune system's history and knowledge and wisdom is extremely important to your survival. That's why measles and stuff going around is such a terrible thing. If you get measles, it's going to delete a lot of that. And you'll die from the flu. Like, because your body won't recognize the flu fast enough. Like, that's the danger of measles. That's why it's so important that everybody gets vaccinated against measles and mumps and stuff. Because a lot of these viruses or bacteria that would affect you otherwise will attack your immune system so they stay effective. They will sometimes go directly even after your T cells to make sure they can't function. Right? And that's what measles will do. They will get into your lymph nodes and start tearing everything up. They will literally just start injecting just garbage inside those cells. Even if the virus can't replicate itself, measles just, that's what it is. Or, is it a virus? Is measles a virus or bacteria? I don't remember how it's done, but it's actually insane. And it's so insane that our body has some of the same defenses already in the immune system from evolution. So we've faced these viruses before, or bacteria. We have white blood cells that will literally eat something partially and then explode itself to literally shrapnel all the other stuff around it. Isn't that insane? That's learned from measles and other type of things close to that, where it literally says, I don't have to complete this process. I just have to make it so you can't survive the process. And then I'm just going to hit all your friends with the bad shit. Right? Isn't that crazy? Then you have some white blood cells that will start attacking something, and then you'll have another white blood cell of a certain type come and eat those white blood cells that are already eating the thing. So it's like your body's eating itself. And sometimes your white blood cells are like, if I can cover this with enough of us, it can't replicate because it doesn't affect me. So what it does is literally just surrounds all the bacteria or a virus with just white blood cells. And that's where you get a lot of pus. Because it's just a bunch of white blood cells. And the next time you're like, a zit or something, you just, and that stuff comes out, that is literally just your body just being like, yeah, we're just going to cover it with this shit. Try to infect us now! And sometimes your body overreacts, and that's why acne is such a big thing, because your body's like constantly trying to fight something that isn't really there. Same thing with me and my arthritis, right? Too much yeast, and I get a rash, or my skin starts to fall off. I know that sounds gross, but it's literally what happens. Like it's gross. It's gross. They're like, it's yeast, it's bad. If I eat too much bread and shit, or like if I eat too much bread with a bunch of sugar, cake is like the worst. Cake is the worst. But like, yeah, people need to learn this stuff. It's insane what the little small things inside of us are capable of doing, and why we have to protect ourselves against the other small things out there. And then when like you get your own disease because your body's stupid and it doesn't know how to fucking work, and then when that's attacking you, you don't have to worry about that shit. You just have to worry about taking your ibuprofen and making sure that you walk around a bit more often, or lay down and actually get some sleep. Because that's the number one reason most people have health problems, is they're not getting enough fucking sleep. Your body has to recover. When you lay down, it's able to heal itself and do processes that it can't do while you're awake, because you're busy moving around and you need energy and shit, and it can't use the energy that it needs on those processes because you're too busy fucking moving around. Okay? That's how your body works. You get sleep, you eat healthy, you move around, boom. Most of your life will be okay. But then when it comes to the other invaders and shit, those little alien viruses and bacteria, get the fucking vaccine, get the antibiotics when you need it. Don't overtake your medicine. Make sure that you're taking your medicine when you're supposed to be taking your medicine. Don't try to cheat the systems that people have discovered and solved, and the answer is there, okay? You're just testing something you don't want to test. It's already been tested. This is why it's stupid. The United States right now is the dumbest fucking country in the world on the surface. Because all the leaders are just so dumb. They're so dumb. They're so stupid. Vaccines are bad. Okay, what's your proof? I think they're bad. I think Doritos are delicious, but you think I'm gonna have them for every fucking meal? Like, look at what you're saying. Like, I think something good, bad, so therefore it must be, is insane. Where's your testing? I see your hypothesis, and it's stupid. Let me raise you a new one. I think you're stupid and shouldn't be there. I think you're too dumb to be leading anyone. I think if you walked off the cliff and people followed you, good riddance. Because at this point, bye, Jesus Christ. But if nobody followed you off the cliff, then I would just prove my point otherwise. And someone's going to be like, well, in World versus World, I followed Jen off a cliff. Does that mean I'm stupid? Yes! Yes! It means many things. First, you're stupid for falling off and dying and not being like, yo, that's a cliff, that's a cliff, that's a cliff. Next thing it means you weren't being aware of your surroundings because something was distracting you. Next thing it also means it's a fucking video game, who cares? All right, you probably just didn't care, like, oh, that seems fun, right? You know, it means a lot of things, but at the end of the day, you're just being dumb. And I think everybody needs to learn how to be stupid. I think being stupid in video games is fantastic. I think what's wrong with the world is people haven't learned to actually be stupid. Ignorance is bliss. That's where our happiness lies. I don't have to sit there and worry about taxes and bills and all that kind of shit because I'm too stupid to care, right? Like, you should learn how to tap into your stupidity. They don't teach you that stuff. You just fumble into it in life, and then some people just don't ever let it go. And then you're like, dude, you can't sit here and continue to eat ramen and a banana every day and expect to be healthy. I mean, come on, dude. And the guy's like, but I got my weed. Weed is not good for you. THC is not good for you at any level. All the studies coming out and stuff like that, the only thing it should treat is just very bad things. Like, when it's treating somebody who's like, they have like these weird seizures and they just take a hit of the THC and the seizures go away, that's a treatment, right? But it's controlled, and they understand. If you smoke too much weed, you will be mentally impaired. Maybe permanently, depending how old you are. The older you get, the more weed you smoke, the worse it is for you. That's what they have found. Or however you're uptaking it, because some people are like, I eat the gummies. Listen, motherfucker, you're trying to cheat the system, but that's not how it works. I like that you're eating the gummies because you're not inhaling smoke into your lungs and causing damage to them. That's great. But the problem is that THC is going to do bad things to you. Now, if you do it every once in a while and give you time for your body to recover, that's called moderation. But do people know how to do moderation in this world? No. They just do drugs because it feels good or gives them something, right? Some people do drugs and it doesn't even do anything. There's only so much coke you can take before it just stops working. You'll feel the jitters, but you're not going to be as fucking aware as you once were. No, that shit's destructive. You're like literally putting toxins into your body. That's what those are. They're toxins, and they will slowly break you down. Your body can only handle so much too. So when that one guy went to the hospital, he said, hey, I ate a whole packet of gummy bears, and they were 400 units each. And I was just like, Jesus Christ. And he said, I think I'm dying. And I'm like, you sort of are, but you're going to live. That'd be the scariest fucking high, man. Just, you're gone. You're just not here. Your brain can't function. The scary part is like, if you're trying to do something and you fall and like land on your face or some shit like that, right? Like, that's why I don't care about like the marijuana and shit like that, or even the THC. What I care about is the fact that like people just don't get the learning they need to understand of how this stuff destroys you. Did you know that drinking too much water is bad for your kidneys? Not drinking enough water is bad for your kidneys. So where's the right amount of water? How do you teach somebody that? Well, you teach them about cell inflation and deflation and how it works when you have homeostasis and all that kind of stuff. All right, nobody talks about the homeostasis. They think it's some gay shit, but it's not. Homeostasis is balance. It's about getting the right amount of stuff in your body in and the right amount of stuff out of your body out. That's it. That's your entire health. That's it. Like when something attacks you, we need to get that out. But we're gonna have to put stuff in to get it out, right? Same thing. Where does the fat go when I exercise? And then they were surprised, oh, you just breathe it out? And I was just going, yeah, what? There's no other byproduct to that besides gases that you can just breathe out. Like, what? How did you not know this until I was already born, growing up in the school system going, hey, this shit makes sense. And then I get up and then they're like, then they say something that's like, yeah, that's obvious. How else would it work? Like, oh, but they had to go figure it out. And I'm glad they went and figured it out, because then we have like actual evidence. So when someone goes, you don't actually breathe out fat, and we go, oh yeah, where else does it go? And he goes, I poop it out, because when I eat a bunch of fat, I have poops. And it's just like, God damn it, he got me, right? Because you go and you eat the Taco Bell and you just you blow it out your backside, right? But I don't blow it out my backside. I don't know what people are eating from Taco Bell, but maybe it's just because you're eating Taco Bell maybe too often or something. I don't know. All I know is you have a lot of salt content, a lot of fat content, and some proteins of a certain type, and just a bunch of carbs. You're gonna get the poops. It's just the way it's gonna happen, because your body's gonna be like, I don't need this much shit, so we're gonna shit, right? But like the amazingness of it all, like people not understanding you need like water to breathe. That sounds weird, but you need moisture. If you don't have moisture, your body will start to drown. Like the cells will start to like try to produce their own moisture, and then like bacteria can grow in that, and then you get pneumonia. Did you know that? I'm oversimplifying, but like getting dehydrated is not good for you at all. Like it's permanent damage to your lungs, kidneys, and your liver sometimes. I don't remember what the liver thing is. I think it's something to do with the sepsis of it all, because your kidney's not working. It also will hurt your eyesight. It will do brain damage, and it will also mess up some of your gut health. Because if you don't have enough water, guess what your gut does? Starts to pull all the water out. Isn't that a fun fact? You guys should really read science. It's crazy shit. I know the United States government is like, science isn't real, but let me tell you, that is my religion. I go read some of that stuff. I'm like, what's happening here? Nah. And then they're like, then we tested and it worked. And I'm like, really? It's interesting. Like when they took a pig kidney and they like attached it to that dead guy's leg and it actually made urine. And I'm just like, what? And they're like, maybe we could use pig kidneys. And I'm just like, we have these labs where we can grow stuff, right? So if you just take my stem cells and then you convert them into a new kidney, and then some people are like, that's growing people, and growing people's bad. And I'm like, no, that's growing parts of people, specifically parts for me. So when something gets damaged or doesn't work anymore, we just replace it, and the body just goes, oh, yeah, I know this, right? And then the chance of rejection is so fucking low at that point that I don't have to sit there and take drugs for the rest of my life and wait for it to just eventually fail. Because that's what happens when you get a kidney transplant and other transplants, is you have to start taking drugs so your immune system doesn't finally recognize that those aren't our cells, right? But if I grow it from my cells, but the older you get, the less likely that the organ will stay recepted, because believe it or not, as you age, your DNA changes. So the DNA that they may have to grow your organ or whatever may not hold to the standard that your body's used to. So it still can recognize the fact that that isn't you in the modern day. It's you of past or probably like future. Like, isn't that crazy? Your body's able to recognize even your own cells aren't your cells. Somebody grew that shit. It's the uncanny valley of fucking the immune system. Like, it's just sitting there and it's just like, is that our cell? That's not our cell. But believe it or not, sometimes your immune system just attacks your cells and says it's not your cells. So I guess maybe it's just stupid overall and just gets lucky sometimes. Maybe that's it. Because that's what arthritis is. It's usually attacking some specific protein or a receptor of some sort, or it can attack your cartilage. That's a whole different thing. What else autoimmune stuff out there? There's some autoimmune that just starts attacking your organs. It says, hey, liver cell's bad, kill them. And then it goes. And we don't know how to shut that shit off sometimes. We're just like, well, you're gonna die because your body hates you. And then you go, and then there's sometimes your immune system attacks your nerve system, and then that's fun. Usually it's attacking something specific, usually the sodium or calcium deposits that are made specifically. And so then your bones start to ache, and then you go to the doctor and you say, hey, I don't feel good, like it feels like my bones hurt. And then they test you and they're like, oh, you're gonna be dead in 24 hours. because all your nerves are going to be stripped of all their existence. And then you go, excuse me? And they're like, well, we could radiate the shit out of you and hope that it'll fix it. But 9 times out of 10, if we do that, you die anyways. So actually, it's a lot more than that. It's like 99 out of 100. Psoriasis. Oh, yeah. Mother of all creams, by the way. There's imitators and stuff, but mother of all creams is what it's called. That's what I use on my rash and psoriasis and just dry skin in general. You can use it as a daily lotion, but it will fucking heal you. But be careful if you have allergies and stuff like that. Make sure you test it first. But I'm saying, like, out there, really recommend that stuff to people who suffer with psoriasis. If you get big, like scaly dry skin circles and stuff like that, mother of all creams. It should get rid of that, because it will give your body what it needs. It gets rid of the inflammation. It also calms your, because it has zinc and stuff in it usually, or something that controls like your immune response, which we don't get enough of in our normal everyday diet. And that's probably why so many people have arthritis and stuff out there as they get older, is because they're not drinking bone broth. I say that, but I'm not drinking bone broth either. Instead, I drink this delicious Pepsi from PepsiCo. Peter, please! It's a joke! It's a joke, Peter! Oh my god. We're not sponsored, affiliated, or endorsed, or partnered with Pepsi in any way. I'm just drinking a Pepsi. Also, soda does not cause diabetes usually on its own. It needs a trigger. Either your genetics suck and you're just, it sucks. You're going to get diabetes. You have certain other disease that's imitating diabetes and the sugar's kicking off the response. Or you're not eating healthy at all and you're drinking 12 of these, downing 5 subs, and you're expecting to lose weight and not get diabetes. Fucking 1 a day, dude. 1 a day. Just take the can, drink it, you're done. Maybe 2. I have 2 every day right now. If you drink less than 20 ounces of soda a day, 20 or less, I'm going to say, you can drink that soda probably every day and be fine. As long as you're drinking water, you're eating other things, and you're moving around. And you're getting sleep. The chances of you getting diabetes from soda is very low. What they're talking about, what causes diabetes, is you see that guy, he goes to the store, he gets a 12-pack, he's drinking that today. Today, the whole thing is gone. And you heard 12-pack, you're thinking cans. No, 12-pack of the bottles, 24-ounce. Like, motherfucker, you cannot drink 4 liters of something and expect a good result out of your life. Don't sit there and drink the diet shit either. The diet shit is just as bad as the freaking real stuff. In fact, I would tell you to drink real sugar versus fake sugar, because at this point, I don't trust. If sweet and low causes cancer, I never trusted any of that fake sugar shit. Like, I had Diet Dr. Pepper last night and, didn't even realize because it tastes like real Dr. Pepper. Hey, let's just drinking it, Peter. But anyways, I'm just saying that fake sugar replaces something in your system. And if your body expects something to be there and it's not there, it's going to retaliate. And so therefore, if it thinks it's drinking sugar and there's no sugar, it's going to cause problems in your body. It's like imaginary calcium. And then you're like, my bones aren't getting stronger. Well, yeah. And if it's trying to process something and using a bunch of energy and then it's not finding anything, the next time energy comes through, it's going to retain as much of it as possible. So just because you're drinking diet soda doesn't mean you're actually going to lose weight or anything. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You're going to end up drinking that diet soda. It's going to expect energy. There's none to be had because there's no sugar to burn and blast. You have to get rid of all these chemicals. It takes more energy to process. And then you're gonna go eat that fat fucking burger, and then you're gonna be like, I don't understand why I kept all the carbs and fat. I don't understand why my body's retaining all this shit, and I just can't seem to lose weight. Stop drinking the diet soda. Drink tea. Drink tea. That's actually the answer. Every day, drink a freaking liter of tea. Not 2 liters, not 3 liters, just 1 liter of tea. And if you need a little bit of sugar in there, that's fine. But you don't need a whole lot of sugar in there. Oh, but tea sucks. No, you suck. Start drinking tea. Someone's gonna say matcha. Fuck you. They don't make real matcha. It's just literally ground green fucking tea leaves and then some other shit filler that they put in there. It's not the same shit that they used to drink. If you have the real shit, you wouldn't sit there and be drinking it like it's an espresso, okay? Because you'd be slowly pouring in hot water, letting it dissolve, letting it move in, settle, and then drinking the top liquid off like you would just any other tea of the past. Because that's what they used to do. They used to chop up those tea leaves, and then they put it in the bottom, boiling water, let it sit, drink the top, not too fast, and they'd have a bunch of tea leaves sitting at the bottom of the goddamn cup, and then they'd be like, I can tell you your fortune, because some motherfucker wanted to get paid. Okay? And then now they have it in these freaking bags, and some of them are plastic. Why would you want to put plastic in something that's hot and then drink it? I don't know. Everything should be made out of some kind of plant in some way, or glass. And yes, you can eat sand and not die. I have no idea how much sand you can eat and not die, but it's a pretty good amount. That's why if they do put sand in your meat and stuff at Taco Bell, don't be worried about it. It's filler, and it's probably going to keep you skinnier by your body just shitting it out. Okay? Also, some sand is actually good for you if you eat it in the right amounts, because it has nutrition and calcium and minerals and things like that. Believe it or not, we've been eating rocks for a long time. You can eat a rock. I don't think it's a good idea, but you could. One soda a day, okay, 5+. Look, I've been a little bit on a soda binge lately. I'll admit it. I've been on a soda binge. Do I know I need to cut back? Yeah, I will. Because I'll start drinking more tea. And if you keep going, Zorric, are you selling tea soon or something like that? No, I've always believed in the power of caffeinated tea. Why? Because you drink a shit ton of water with it. And then the caffeine and that kind of stuff. Also, you can't get dehydrated. You don't dehydrate because you're drinking soda or milk or something that isn't just water, okay? That's not how dehydration works. That's happening because you're not drinking any other liquid, right? And my thing is, if you're drinking any other liquid, you would be fine. But when they go, yeah, he's dehydrated because all he drinks is Mountain Dew, it turns out he's not actually drinking that much Mountain Dew, and that's why he's dehydrated. Because if he just drank like 5 Mountain Dews a day, he would still be hydrated. Because most of Mountain Dew, 84% of it at least, has got to be water, right? And if that's most of the water, and you're only 70% water, that means it could still uptake and get rid of the caffeine and excess sugar through your pee, and you're hydrated. How do I know this? Because I only drank Mountain Dew for like a whole 2 weeks one time. It was just code red. I was drinking the 2 liter a day. I wasn't dehydrated. I probably snuck in some water there, I'll be honest, but let's just be honest. When I see a kid fall over and his freaking blood is like slush, and I'm just like, yeah, he wasn't even drinking the Mountain Dew. God. And I don't think people realize how much soda you have to drink in a short amount of time to actually turn your body into fucking sugar water. It's a lot, and people have done it, and I'm just like, Jesus. Oh, it was an accident. No, it wasn't. You purposely sat there and drank those 6 liters of fucking soda in 30 minutes. There was no goddamn way you sat there and thought that was a good idea and it was an accident. You purposely did that shit. You're calling for help. We're cutting you off the soda. No more caffeine or sugar. I don't give a fuck what the headaches are like. And then you have withdrawal symptoms and you see them doing this. And they're like, you okay? And you're like, man, I'm cold, a little cold. And you're like, Jesus, that's from caffeine and sugar. You sure you weren't taking anything else? And they're like, no, man. Just how much soda were you drinking? And I drank a lot of soda as a kid, okay? I ate a lot of candy as a kid. And people are like, you're gonna get diabetes. Your teeth are gonna rot out. Yes, I have to get a crown now, okay? I have to get a crown. Also, my smile may change a little bit because they have to replace this. I have a filling here. You see it, it's sticking out all the time. I chipped that tooth when I was a much younger Zorric. They're going to have to replace that because it's starting to chip away a little bit too much. And, it is what it is. So that's getting replaced probably very soon. But I also have to get a crown back here. But that tooth that's been rotting out of my face long before I even chipped this tooth has been rotting. And yes, my back teeth, but I also had an acid reflux and really didn't deal much with that and go to the dentist and stuff, so I lost my very far back wisdom teeth, and then my molars in front of that had to be filled in too, because those were cavities. But pretty much, I've only ever had like 5 cavities in my entire life that I really cared about, and then that's it. From sugar and all the cake and shit I ate, and everybody was saying I was gonna get diabetes. You know why people get diabetes? Because you keep cursing them with your fucking, you're gonna get diabetes. Stop telling people what they're gonna get. You know what? Start saying things like, I hope you get a lot of money. I hope you get a lot of money. I hope you get a lot of money. And then when they get a lot of money, they might go, hey man, you always wanted me to get a lot of money. Here's some of it. You would be like, yes, right? But instead, you see people get diabetes, you go around and be like, it's because the soda. And you've done no research. And you've only listened to those like 6 studies that are out there that they paid for to put in the fucking journal. But really, it was unconclusive at the most. Like, oh yeah, we saw there's some kind of correlation here. But yeah, don't drink too much soda. Right? But then you're like, how much soda were those people drinking? You find out it's like more than a fucking 12-pack at the fucking store. And you're just like, yeah, I mean, just anything like that. Because they weren't just drinking the soda. They were washing something down. They're eating some chips. They're fucking eating cake. They're eating a fucking sandwich. Who knows, steak. What you think was going to happen here, people? What you think was going to happen to you? Like, oh, everything's gonna be okay? No, your body has to find homeostasis. And if you have too much sugar and it can't make enough of the stuff to fight the sugar, it's just gonna give up. It's gonna be like, shit, man, I can't keep doing this. And then you get freaking blood sugar levels up to 400 and you go to the hospital unconscious and they're like, yeah, you have diabetes. And you go, what? No way, I'm only 313 pounds. And they're like, yeah, that's because you were eating too much and it has led to you storing this much energy. And that's how I see it. When people are like, I'm fat or whatever, I'm like, how fat are you? And they're like 20 pounds overweight. I'm like, you're not 20 pounds overweight unless you know you're 20 pounds overweight. Like, you're gonna have a standard size to your body. And yes, most people out there are obese in the United States. But the thing is, obese is such a just generalistic word. Some people can be 300 pounds, all right? Because they're 6'9", nice, and they have a lot of muscle. They're 240 pounds carrying around 70 pounds of fat. I think they'll be okay, okay? They go to the doctor, they're in shape. They're like, man, I work out all the time. I eat freaking 3,000 calories a day because I have to, because look at these muscles. They're out there at like a freaking iron mill. They're just throwing shit over their head that's like 40 pounds. They're just like, right? Oh man, yeah, that guy's gonna get diabetes. That's what people think. They're like, oh man, 300 pounds diabetes, right? Because he doesn't have that like sculpt muscle, you know? Like he isn't sitting there like veins popping out and shit. But when you grab something, you see him pop out. You're like, holy fuck, don't mess with that guy. Those are the people you don't fuck with, right? You walk up and we see him like grab their car keys or something and then you see like bulges and shit. You go, no, that guy's tricking people. That's a Hulk right there. Not messing with that dude. But you know what? Everybody has diabetes because we're drinking sugary drinks. Not because all the substitutes we're shoving into everything. No, not because we're not getting rid of processed food and finding better substitutions like potato chips actually have, which is insane. It's insane to think that potato chips are better for a child than a fucking Snickers bar at this point. They're like, here's a bag of chips, kid, go at it. Why? Because there's actually nutrition in there and their body can process the starch out faster than the fucking kinds of sugar that's throwing in your 0-calorie goddamn nonsense. Now, I understand self-control is hard, okay? Self-control is hard. As a human being, the ability to control yourself, not to just eat and eat and eat, I get it. Eating feels good. Sometimes too good. Sometimes way too good. But the whole point is, you have to find a way. And I have found the reason why people eat as much as they do and eat the stuff that they do is because they're not doing anything else. That's why people usually get depressed or they have anger issues and that kind of stuff. Their brain is not distracted from the very things that are causing it, right? If you aren't around food because you're doing things, you won't eat it because you can't, because you're not there. That's what I've learned. A lot of people who overeat is because they're just sitting around the food or they have it in the fridge or whatever, and then they feel bored. And so their body goes, you're hungry, because you're always hungry. Your body always is ready to intake food for energy process, okay? You need a lot of energy to exist. Most people need somewhere between 1,600 to 1,800 calories a day at least, even if they're just sitting around, messing around on a computer game, okay? Most people. And some people, a lot more, because your metabolisms are so fast and shit like that, you just burn through energy faster because your body's expecting to use it. All right, as you get older and slower and stuff, usually, yeah, it's gonna go down. But most people, 1,600 calories, if you eat less than 1,600 calories a day, you're gonna lose weight because your body's gonna have to find the deficit, right? It's gonna have to find the calorie deficit somehow. Where's it gonna find it? You have fat. It's gonna use the fat, right? So that's a great way to lose weight. But what people don't understand, another great way to lose weight is to never take those extra calories in the first place. And that's how you maintain your weight. When you feel hungry, ask yourself, am I bored or am I actually hungry? And if you are hungry, start with some water. Drink some water and eat stuff with water in it. You don't have to sit there and not eat freaking anything, okay? Some people are like, just drink water. No, there's no self-control. Once you're hydrated, your body's just not going to care about the water. The water isn't going to be satisfying. When you're thirsty, right? When your water levels are starting to drop and you drink that water, it's so refreshing, right? You just want to keep drinking water because you're actually getting rewarded for drinking that water. The thing is with food, you're always being rewarded for certain foods, especially sugary, carbohydrated foods. Okay? You'll always be rewarded. Go eat a piece of bread if you want to feel better. No joke. And people get addicted to that feeling. That, oh, when I eat, that's why they can't wait for supper and stuff. And then they just gobble everything down. But the key is portion sizes and finding something to do. That's it. That's the rules. Royal Tooth. Soda is better than no fluid at all. That's probably true. But some people are going to take that as only drink soda. Okay. That's the other problem. Someone here is like, it's okay to do this thing, and then they go off and do the thing I told them just not to do. I'm drinking 2 liters of Mountain Dew every day, like you said. That is not what I said. I said, don't do that. Did you miss the part where I said, don't drink that? But you said soda can hydrate you. You're already hydrated. You don't look like a fucking mummy. Don't say hydrated. You can dehydrate, and then you can hydrate, but you were always hydrated. Always. Even after you die, if I stick you with something, you will bleed. You are liquid. You just get marketing, man. It pisses me off. Superfoods. That's another one that pisses me off. Hydration and superfoods. Jesus Christ. Hate those fucking just keywords right there. If you go to a store and you're reading something that says it's a superfood, let me tell you what superfoods are. Potatoes. Practically any fruit with color to it. I mean, any fruit. They're gonna be like, oh, it has high levels of vitamin C. Motherfucker. Oranges are superfoods because they have high levels of fucking vitamin C, among other things, if you just eat the fucking orange. All right? Literally. Oh, guess what oranges also do? They hydrate you. They hydrate you. God, I'm so frustrated with, like, just humans. It's so silly, man. You get a Monster energy drink or whatever. You get those, oh, it's hydration. Because there's water in it. Yes. I mean, you can't just fill that thing with pure caffeine powder and it's syrup. I mean, yeah, of course. Of course it's hydrating. What'd you put in it? Some potassium and some what's in there? And then you look at it and it's like, yeah, I mean, you're literally stealing from Pedialyte over here. I mean, what was the other one? Liquid IV. Liquid IV. That shit is really good if you work out in the heat and you haven't been drinking enough water, right? But other than that, do not be sitting there drinking hydrating things all day. You're going to blast your fucking kidneys and liver. It's the same reason. It's just like, let your pee be slightly yellow. You'll be okay. Your pee does not have to be clear. That's a lie. In fact, it's one of the ways to make sure you know your body is working is to have some color to your pee. Because if you're peeing clear day after day, Not good. Not good. Especially if your joints start to ache, you feel fatigued, your eyes are bloodshot, you have something called sepsis, and you're gonna fucking die unless you can get to a doctor and get dialysis. Why? Because your kidneys are filtering out the water and it's actually still going into your bladder, because that's where it goes. Your urine goes to your bladder, and then your bladder has a muscle that pretty much squeezes it out. But not really. It's a little weird. The bladder is a weird thing. Did you know bladders can explode too? What a stupid organ. Anyhow, but your kidneys can actually still filter water, but not take enough waste out of your system. And I forget what it's called. But you pretty much will dehydrate yourself into sepsis. But if you're drinking a lot of water, you don't know what's happening. So you're treating the symptom, but you're not stopping the damage that's probably happening to your kidneys until your kidneys stop filtering the water. And then you drown yourself and you die. Or it starts to leak out of places. Did you know your body can do that too? Oh, this is a lot of water. I don't know why I'm sweating. I feel cold. Yeah, those cold sweats sometimes save your life. Because your body's like, this is too much fucking moisture. Push it to the skin. And then you feel really cold. And then your body temperature starts to drop. And then you go to hypothermia. And then you have to go to the hospital. And they find out, oh, well, you know, you were drinking too much water. Also, water isn't hydration in itself. Water is a key component to make the hydration in your body to work. You need water to transfer things and to cause certain chemical reactions inside your body. So that's why you drink water and you're usually fine, because you're going to eat things like salt and, you know, calcium and magnesium or potassium somewhere else. And then all that stuff is sort of just waiting to be used, and your body stores it up. And of course you breathe, and that oxygen usually is the kickstarter for a lot of things. Bring the oxygen somewhere, it attaches to something, and all that process warms you up. That's where your body temperature comes from, and then that's how you know you're alive, because all those systems are working, because you have enough water and oxygen and the other minerals and nutrients and stuff to make it work. You need salt to survive, by the way. Don't just go on a low sodium diet without your doctor telling you, because if you go on a low sodium diet and then you find out you don't have enough iodine in your body, it's because you're not eating enough table salt. Find out you have too much in your body, they're going to tell you to go to a low sodium diet, more than likely. The other thing is, you got a lot of salts out there, and this is like key component salt cube factory. There is no such thing as pink salt. Himalayan salt is a lie, okay? Like, salt deposits usually are all in the same places, and all they're doing is coloring the salt with something or adding stuff to the salt. Okay? And the salt is seasoned in a certain way and you enjoy eating it, more power to you. But it doesn't make it a healthier salt. No salt is healthier than another salt. That is a lie. And some salts are poisons to you. You can't just eat any salt and expect to survive. Okay? So when you're out there looking at the store and they're like, oh man, this lamp is made out of salt, don't assume you can eat the lamp. Okay? You will die. All right? More than likely, they have sprayed it with some chemical to keep that salt from just fracturing and falling off and that kind of thing. And if you eat the salt, you will get those chemicals in your body and that salt, and you will die. Okay? Also, cooking steaks on a big slab of salt, what do you see? And people like eat it and they're like, yeah, it's really good. It's salty as fuck, okay? Because all those fats and stuff pull the salts off and they get stuck in the proteins of the meat as you cook on that salt. And then like all that moisture is just pulling salt. You're brining your goddamn steak. Okay? It's not that tasty. All right? I've had it before. People think it's good. It's not. It's an over-salted steak. Okay? Salt can be used for cooking by simply having something that grinds the salt. All right? And if you're wondering, like, where did all the salt come from? A long time ago, the world used to be covered in a lot of fucking water. And as all the stuff came up out of the crust of the earth and made the land and that kind of thing, water got trapped from the sea. Those places dried up, leaving huge deposits of salt. Same thing, as glaciers moved into some of them, they pushed them underground. So sometimes you're like, why is there salt in the middle of the thing then? In this mountain place. That's because a giant glacier more than likely pushed it there at some point, and then the glacier melted away, and it's just a salt deposit. That's how it works. That's how salt works. It is from the ocean. All salt is probably from the ocean of some sort, or a good giant underwater system. An aquifer of some sort can also have salt water in it, but more than likely through the ground system, it filters out most of that salt because it just gets dispersed throughout the ground and that kind of stuff. Groundwater is usually healthy water because it usually self-filters, and a lot of things can't survive at those depths anyways. Okay, but some things can, and a lot of bacteria do, but a lot of them don't know who we are, and we don't know what they are, so we drink them, they don't affect us, and that kind of thing. But sometimes we eat certain bacteria, then we drink that water, and then those bacteria go, hey, I know that bacteria, and then they start attacking that bacteria, and then they grow out of control, and then you have bad gas and stuff, and you go to the doctor, and they go, well, you have something like some digestive problems, and they tell you eat more fiber, and then you still don't feel better, and you go back to the doctor, and then they're like, you find out it's attacking your intestine because the bacteria eventually goes, hey, what's this shit? And then it mutated it and decided to start eating you, and then you have to go get surgery or something else, and it's crazy shit. Rare. It's a big rarity for bacteria we don't know to start just attacking us. And then they test it, and they're like, man, this is a very old form of staph infection. And then everybody freaks out because somebody got a staph infection that was eating them alive, and then it's like, yeah, it's a Tuesday or whatever, and who cares? And then they're like, no, it's gonna happen to everyone now. It's gonna happen to everyone because they drank some water and now they have this thing that's killing them and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, sometimes amoebas get in our brain and start eating things, and sometimes worms do it too. But hey, if you get a worm in your brain, you can just become the fucking leader of the United States in some way. So whatever, who cares? Let the bacteria do its job. And then that's the thing. And all you have to know is you have to be in tune with your body by doing the proper things that you need to do. And as long as you feel healthy and you're happy, you will be okay. Trust me. But that also starts with salt. Enough of you are not getting enough salt. I'm just saying. You're cutting way too much salt out of your diet. But some of you are putting way too much salt in your diet. Okay? My big thing is salt the meat before you cook it, okay? Taste the meat. If it's not salty enough, little goes a long way. Vegetables, same way. If you're gonna steam vegetables and things like that, go ahead and salt them. As the steam comes up and cooks the vegetables, the salt gets pulled off, and then you have this nice little coating of seasoning, okay? But you don't have to do it that way. I've just use a sauce of some sort, you know? Those are usually salty enough. All right? Same thing. Boil your noodles in salt water. Potatoes, salt the water. Salt your fucking water. Not too much, though. Too much salt, and you're asking for problems. And these noodles are salty. Damn it, too much. Man, these noodles taste bland. You didn't put salt in the water. Are noodles supposed to taste better than they do for most people because they don't put salt in the water? Yeah. God. And it's just a little bit of salt that goes into them. And that's all it takes to bring out the flavor a little further. And for meat, it breaks down the protein so it's more tender and easier to eat and digest. That's what's so great about salt. Let's not even get into the other seasonings like garlic and onion and that kind of stuff and how that stuff can work to help also freaking make you just feel better. All right, but let me tell you, garlic, superfood. Who would have thought? Carrots, guess what they are? Superfood. Nuts, potatoes, superfood. Cabbage, did you say cabbage? Sort of a superfood. Great for fiber. What was that, cauliflower? Broccoli? Superfood? Yes, correct. Nuts. You don't have to go after these exotic things. Those are for people that live in the area and they don't have the access to tomatoes. Because guess what they are? A superfood. According to where the marketing goes, where what's a superfood, all of those are superfoods too. Man, just think, all this shit you've been growing up eating in a salad, it's superfood. Now, leaf lettuce, not so much, but it does have a good amount of vitamin K. Iceberg lettuce is going to have less so. It's more of a filler fiber stuff, but you're supposed to eat it with a bunch of other things like, purple cabbage and carrots and tomatoes and whatever else. Brussels sprouts, guess what they are? Superfood. What else is in there? Spinach. Not that great, in all honesty. Probably want to steam your spinach and then eat it, because the bioavailability of a lot of these superfoods are only available if you actually start to break them down before you eat them. That's why cooking certain vegetables is good and cooking other ones is bad. If you cook your carrots, you're going to have less certain stuff inside the carrots and that kind of stuff. Same thing with potatoes. Cooking any vegetable will lower the amount of nutrition inside of them, but more than likely it'll also increase the bioavailability of those vegetables and stuff like that. See? More you know. Also, if you don't know what bioavailability is, if you eat broccoli, it has calcium in it, and it's very easy to get to that calcium. I believe it's broccoli. If you drink milk, it has a lot of calcium in it, but actually getting that calcium absorbed into your body takes a lot of effort. So it's just how fast can your body get to the nutrition and take it. Also, if your gut health, whatever your gut cultures are, how much they can use the stuff you're eating too to break it down to make it available. So sometimes something just like in our stomach acid will break it down enough for us to start using it right away and start absorbing it. But sometimes it needs to get into our small intestine and start to be worked through after the bile and stuff by bacteria to break it down into usable components as well. So the bioavailability is a little more sophisticated and stuff like that. I'm just generalizing it. Spinach. Yep. Honey is extremely good for you, but not in large amounts. Don't get that confused with the soda thing. Honey will give you diabetes. Because it has fructose and sucrose. The fructose will also cause arthritis to kick off if you have too much honey. Now, how much is too much honey? That's been argued for a long time. But if you're downing an entire bottle of honey in a week, you're probably having too much honey. 2 weeks is arguable. 3 weeks, you're probably on track. Or, get this, moderation. You can have a lot of honey, but just that. Also, like if you have those like honeycomb treats, if people who like actually have money, if you know what I'm talking about, they have like these little cuts of honeycomb and you just eat that, which I think is weird, but I mean, it's a thing. But eating that is probably okay, as long as you're not doing it every day. You'll gain weight with honey, by the way. It's really easy to store. Confuse your body if you want to lose weight as well. Eat starches, eat carbs. Cut out sugar completely, though. Sugar is what it all becomes. So if you're adding sugar, it's just quick available energy. It's going to take over the other things. You want your body to break down its stuff. Complex carbs, things like whole grains and stuff with those complex carbs are really good for you because it takes energy to break them down, but you get more energy in return. But at the same time, it's sort of better energy because your body's more than likely going to try to use it. And then protein is like the top energy like conversion. If your body has to break down protein, and it does anyways, just not a lot of it, that's why protein keeps you full for so long, is because it takes a long time to digest and get everything out of it. But your body isn't sort of looking to convert protein directly into energy. Usually it's looking to take that protein and break them down into usable components to repair you and the minerals and other things inside of that stuff. Versus that if you eat a vegetable, which doesn't have a lot of carbs, a lot of complexity, it's looking for nutrition. It's straight up looking for vitamins and minerals out of that, and the fiber to move things along. Your gut is good for you. There's soluble fiber, unsoluble fiber, and that kind of stuff. So if you are looking to lose weight, read into that stuff, and then have a calorie deficit, move around a bit more, try to keep yourself from getting bored so you don't just eat, and start replacing things. That's the big thing. If you constantly buy the same foods and it's available, you're gonna eat it, right? But instead, try to switch it out with something else that has less impact, but still you want to eat. You shouldn't stop eating if you want to lose weight. That's a big mistake too. People suddenly like cut back a lot and then they feel more hungry and then they fall off the diet, or they just don't feel good, and that's because your body's so used to just either the processed stuff or just getting a certain amount of energy of a certain sort. So you have to slowly introduce the stuff by switching it out. So instead of, eating a thing of cookies, try to switch to fruit, because you're still getting sugar and things, but it may not satisfy you. Sugar is the hardest thing to remove from your diet because the taste is remembered by your tongue and your brain. So if it's not getting that, your brain starts going, hey, where's that sugar? Where's that easy sugar? What's going on? Welcome. Anyhow, I'm just sitting here talking. Padding time on a Friday. It's almost 6 o'clock, so I'm going to have to go. Blueprints, 7.5 out of 10 for me. Midian, I highly appreciate that you allowed me to take on this beautiful looking game. Again, music is great. Artwork is fantastic. I really liked where the story was and where it was going, that kind of stuff. I think these were all great, amazing things. The environment, that kind of stuff. Nothing really detracted in those areas. It was just the roguelike stuff mixed in with the other systems. Just wasn't fun for me. I liked the puzzles even. A lot of those puzzles were enjoyable. The mini games weren't bad, but I can see how those can get pretty repetitive. The logic puzzles especially. I shouldn't have messed up any logic puzzle. But yeah. Everybody thank Midian for being awesome. Eat healthy, exercise hard, sleep enough. And sleep is huge to losing weight. And exercise. You need rest, people. You need to rest. I was just spewing all this shit out because why not? Oh, because I'm drinking a Pepsi. If you talk a lot, you spit a lot, so drink water. Don't hydrate. Remove your thirst. If I made a drink, that's exactly how I'd say. Not hydration. Removing your thirst. It's free. It's free. You can use it. I don't care. What? Did you say no, Peter? You can use it. You can use it. You can legally use that, what I just said. Not hydration. Removing your thirst. You can legally use that. Yeah! Fuck you, Peter! Yeah! Can we get some fuck you, Peters, in chat? Why am I mean? That's not mean, Peter. We've known each other how long now? How much money do I pay you? None? You're pro bono? That's right. That's not true. I let you eat the bananas in the kitchen. That's bartering. Bargaining, bartering, bartering. That's a bargain, too. What? You don't have dental? What was that? You dented your car? You dented your face. All right, everybody, we're gonna go for today. Not hydration. Removing your thirst. You know, that I just realized that can be taken out of concept. Context. Contents? Brains fried. I got a world versus world tonight, everybody, so I'm gonna get going so I can get Bo situated and that kind of stuff before that, and maybe find some food. I'm not sure. I don't know how that's gonna happen tonight. And yeah, that's it. No, thank you, Midian. Midian being number one today, crazy. Midian, you're number one in my book. Not just in chat. Peter, I want you to know, nobody in chat said fuck you, Peter. My chat likes you more than me. Isn't that great? Shut up, I don't care. All right. Like button. The next thing we'll be playing is Coral Island. So, yeah. Coral Island will start next Monday. Then we'll be in Guild Wars 2 on Tuesday. That'll be the third major update for Janther Wilds. Then we'll be in Coral Island Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday and Saturday. All next week. Then after that, I won't be coming back to Blueprints because I'm not enjoying the game. If you're enjoying the game, bless you. You know, enjoy it. Go. Be free. Find the blueprints. I don't know where the game was headed. There was a red prince. And I guess there's a blueprints. Maybe that's the story. I realized the title screen also has the red crown. And a bishop piece. Is the title screen a hint in itself? Probably. But anyhow, enjoy the game if you're enjoying it. Again, my opinion is just my own. It doesn't mean I don't want people to enjoy things that I'm not enjoying. Especially video games. So, you know, if you enjoy Dark Souls, go enjoy Dark Souls. I won't be enjoying Dark Souls because I don't enjoy Dark Souls. And I think that's fair. Everybody has their games that they play and that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So don't take whatever I say with a grain of salt. I'm biased and opinionated and that kind of thing. Although I do feel some of the things I say probably are fact. We just have no way of knowing. That's it. Maybe, says Midian. Then what else was I about to say? Yeah, we'll be in Stardew Valley Expanded since we won't be going back to Blueprints. So that's what's planned. But I may need a little time off that week after all, but we'll see. Just because my wife's and I schedules aren't matching up, and that'll be technically an off week in how things were going. So I might have to take some days off sometimes that week, or just one day off. Also, I don't know when my dentist stuff is going to happen, so probably won't be streaming that day, as I have to get a crown put in eventually. And yeah, the front tooth should be good to go once it's done. I believe all that will happen on the same day. So who knows? I hear some people have pain and stuff when it's first put in and that kind of thing. We'll see what happens. But yeah, Stardew Valley Expanded will be 5 shows no matter what. And then Coral Island will be 5 shows no matter what. And Guild Wars 2 will be a couple shows. Dragon Bash will be happening the following week after that. So Coral Island week with Guild Wars 2, Janther Wilds 3rd major update, Stardew Valley Expanded, and then we will be back into Guild Wars 2 to review Janther Wilds and do the Dragon Bash, and then probably moving on to another game. The Stardew Valley Expanded stuff is just to catch up to pretty much the shows we've been missing, because we're supposed to do it once a week. But I'll count it up and see how many shows I actually have to do for Stardew Valley Expanded. And if it lines up and stuff, we'll move to another game sooner rather than later. The next game that we are playing might be Roots of Pacha, actually. Yeah, we'll be going back to Roots of Pacha. I don't have the schedule on me, or open, and I'm not going to open it. But yeah, so that will be there. I'm just going to hit all these buttons. There, can't stop me. All right, YouTube cubes and regular cubes and everybody who's been watching, thank you so much again for entertaining me and that kind of stuff, and I hope I entertained you. Again, my salt may seem a lot and that kind of thing, but I hope you understand it's all in good fun, and really, I hope these devs find success and all that kind of stuff too. Some people take it way too seriously. Game reviews, take them all with a grain of salt. Even when I read through the negative ones today, I'm like, not really. That's because, like, you know, mid ain't bad, it's just okay, and okay is just isn't okay in this day and age, and I get that. 7.5 isn't bad, okay, that's good. 8.5 is great, and then 9 and above for me. To get a 9.5 out of 10 for me, your game has to be pretty much right on. Any of the blunders just are sort of forgettable and that kind of stuff. It's really hard to get a 10 out of 10 on me if it will ever happen again. But 9.5 out of 10 is just saying this is a game everyone should play. It's very excellent in what it does, or specific to that genre and that kind of thing. 8.5, 8 out of 10 is saying it's a pretty great game. There's just some flaws to it and that kind of stuff. 7.5, 7 out of 10, probably even 6.5. It's just saying it's a good game, lots of flaws, maybe some major bugs, that kind of thing. And then anything below that is pretty much saying it's an okay game down to it's a bad game. If I go under a 5 out of 10, it's saying it's not a good game. It's a bad game. There's lots wrong with it, or it's not finished, whatever, that kind of thing. So that's sort of how my ratings go usually, but other things can move the rating up and down depending. So I don't know, maybe Blueprints is an 8 out of 10 for me. God, it's because the artwork and the environment, pretty much. I might give it an 8 out of 10 after thinking about it. I don't know, and I might revisit this if it does get modded and some of the mods ease up on the RNG or like allow me to do certain things in the game. We'll see. A lot of times people do go back and help the experience for these games. And some people are going to think that there doesn't need, but it's not for them. It's for people like me to make it more approachable. And if that does happen, I will visit it again. With those mods, a modded Blueprints playthrough maybe. I haven't given up on this game completely because it's going to sit in the front of my mind for a little bit because it was unique in its experience. Yeah, let's give it an 8 out of 10. Its mechanics are flawed, but it does sit with me, which most games that sort of sit below an 8 out of 10 sort of there. But right now, it's just not approachable for me. That's how I'll say it. So maybe in the future. Or if somebody spends the time to teach me something about the game with its RNG and that kind of stuff. Maybe. Because that's happened in the past. That's sort of why we're going back to Slay the Spire. Ooh, maybe we'll play Slay the Spire first, because I don't know when Slay the Spire 2 is coming out, but maybe we'll do Slay the Spire 1, the revisit. I think it's only going to be 1 or 2 days, and then we'll go to Roots of Patch or something like that. Maybe that's what we'll do. Yeah. Because I'm doing that for a specific person who probably won't even watch it. Let's just be honest. He's going to be too busy. What the frick? Let's get out of here. So, as always, I leave you with this. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. We're all we got. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. Make it great. If you go to bed, sleep well, get that rest. You will need it. Trust me. If I don't see you for the rest of this weekend, which you won't because I shouldn't be streaming. I need to get prepared for next week. Have a great freaking weekend. All right. Enjoy your weekend. Go play some video games, whether it's Blueprints or anything else. Go catch up some VODs if you'd like to do that. Fields of Mystria, Roots of Patcha before we get back to that. Get yourself set up or sort of catch back up on Stardew Valley Expanded or maybe revisit. I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and watch Stardew Valley Expanded because I don't remember where we left off at this point. But that won't happen until next week. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't think so. Just go enjoy life, all right? The rest of the year. Whatever. Rest of existence. Okay, bye. That's so weird. Who ends a show like that? Bye.